right, guys, welcome back to the IMAX YouTube channel. I'm your host JD. If you're new, please do smash that like button, share, and subscribe. Obviously, we decided that we're gonna be starting this show a little bit earlier due to the fact that we might be a little bit busier later. All right, so hope you guys do understand. You can re-click the videos, or if we do segment the videos, we're gonna post them separate. So the targets at hand today, after talking to Mr. Speed and others. We're going to be starting with overall setup now of the Reggae boys. Under that barrier, it will entails the under 17 that's coming up, the youth under 17. And Miran Garden, is he the man for the job at this point, based on everything that we have learned? I want to talk about that. I have some information for the All Manning and Dacosta Cup game. We will give the necessary information for that, and player profile, which is 3 of the players them that we want to look at after talking to Mr. Speed. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. All right, so hope all of you guys, as you come in, smash the like button, share, and subscribe. You know our thing is like maximum 2 hours. All right, calling will be added to the show, so you can call in and give a great little speech on whatever the topic is. All right, so let me just big up the personals in the house. So we have Owen, big up yourself. Link man, how are you doing, man? Then we have Shavan, Big Boss Spirit in the building. Joseph Brown, how are you doing, man? Stream link checking. And our brother Chris Smith, I had to go and search for him in order to find him. All right, so anyways, let me start now. So based on what we heard from Mr. Speed, definitely a lot of people said that they like what they are hearing from him. All right, they like what they're hearing from him due to the fact that he the way he spoke the other day, it looks like the JFF going in a complete different direction. Everything what they have actually told us, it's kind of aligned. They said that the coach will have all the power at the time, and he will make his final decisions. And at the same time, they will be using chains in order to get everything going right. So simple means youth under 17s, Miran Garden got that position as the coach, right? But Miran Garden is also one of the assistants for the national coach. All right, so that simply means not just the information carrying up from the under 17, also the personnel coming up with that information as well. So he can give you first-hand information, first-hand activities that took place from the under 17 competition. All right, so based on that, that's one thing that I said I like it, and that's why I would say Miran Garden, I would go with him over, because the other day a person said, oh, I will take Butler, and I said I think it's a little bit different, because why you would say you would take Butler is solely what you heard about Mr. Butler and him making Leon Bailey, or him making Whisper. All right, so that's what you heard, and maybe if you have researched enough, you would have talked about Leofeo, Flater, and those guys. All right, yes, but the reason why I would say that he's on the team already, so it makes no logical sense to change the complete settings to put someone different when you're trying to network thing to improve the communication, and that's something that Jamaica football system lacks majority of the time when they don't get those big successes. All right, so I do believe that is a plus point. And the next thing now, based on what he has done as well, I would have actually chosen him over Mr. Butler, because clearly he's dealing with the kids then that they're going to be selecting from. That's one thing. All right, he looks like he's educated in the game of the sport, which we know of, because I heard him talk about his credentials, and not just his credentials via paper, but his credentials also via the actual experience out there, coaching the ladies and also the youths and also the men. So he will have enough experience to put his team together. All right, obviously we're not saying that it's going to be the best, we never said that, but I'm just saying, if you have to select from the two, who would you go with? Because persons brought it in the chat the other day, if you'd have go with Mr. Butler, but I wouldn't do so. I think we are moving from that age we are moving to the age of trying to improve certain things, the balance, to make the kids them much more adjustable when they're going overseas. And I just believe that people that's getting more experience dealing with these kids at different levels, different tournaments, they will be better adjusted to do so. And I think that Amaran Garden would have got my nod of approval for that. So if it's coming down to that, obviously if you have a different coach overall entirely, and you have a different system that you want to construct, I have no problem. I would go with what you have to say and have that debate. But based on what you have said the other day, I would have picked Amaran Garden over Mr. Butler. And I think I would have done it any day. Based on what I'm reading and what he has actually done overall in his career, I would go for it. So let me know what say you in the comment section. All right, so we have Island Card, massive respect, thanks very much for being here. It's weekend, so maximum 3 hours. All right, so if that's the case, what I'm going to do then, I'm going to stop this at 2 hours once you completed everything, and then after we might come back in the evening and put something together. All right, so guys, make sure get this video to 150 likes, and then it might sway me to spare my game time for that. All right, so let me know what say you. All right, yes, get involved, guys. I'm gonna plug in the phone so you can call in. All right, thanks very much for being full. Massive respect, thanks for being here. And if you're new, guys, make sure to subscribe to the video. We have 4 more, 5 more subscription to reach 3,500, and then 500 more to reach 4,000. So you guys are doing a beautiful job getting back the channel where it should be. Rinaldo, Suriname in the building. Hope all is well with you and the family. I have some contents coming up for Suriname, so definitely look out for that. All right, yes, I would love to hear from you guys on that statement. All right, yes. So on behalf of that then, and the rest of the connections, I think I'm going to go with it. I'm okay with it as well, to say that if you're going to hire Al Grimson, John Wall should be the next man up for him, because it's information gathered and trying to be social to make sure everything works. So John Wall being at the under-20s would not be a problem for me. I think it's perfect, and that's why I would say Miran Garden being the secondary assistant would also be perfect in my eyes. 1,000%. Yes. Question JD, Gardner a coach? Yes, I heard that he was doing his badges. Yes, so I think his intention should be doing coaching. All right, his intention should just be that. All right, but I don't know if he started the coaching as yet, but his intention should be coaching. All right, so let me know what say you there. All right, so let me just move on. Just want to give out all the necessary information, then we can get into the conversation part. All right, yes, so let me get this right now. All right, so we have this now for the all-manning, for persons looking out for it. They're stating that they're going to have an all-manning competition, which will be aired on January 14th. All right, yes, and they gave the names of the personnel. I'm going to go through it right now for you. 8 players from Manning Cup champions Jamaica College and 9 from Dacosta Cup champions Clarendon College have been named in the All Manning and All Dacosta Cup squad for their January 14 showdown to close out the 2022-2023 schoolboy football season inside the National Stadium. So if you haven't gotten this information as yet, definitely set up for it. All right, yes, the Jamaica College players include Rossico, Rose, Nickyle Graham, Romain, Blake, Xavier, Davidson, Lynch, Maquan, Aldridge, Jahmarley, Bennett, and Kevaughn Wilson. All right, so let me know who you had from that listing that should have been selected coming from JC. JC was the dominant one from the schoolboy system. All right, and then the others for the Manning Cup side, it should be Dujuan Richards, Blaine Byam, or the 2 players from Kingston College in the squad, which is completed by Akeem Bernard, Donhue Mitchell, Zhaine Pinnock, and Damoi Whitfield from Mona I, Rashard Frankson, Andre Salman, Omar Reid, Sakon Satchwell, and Nickyle Ellis from Stats, Jhawan Payne from Haile Selassie, Nickyle Ellis from St. Catherine I, and Daniel Watson of Tivoli Gardens I. So those are the individuals so far, and they continue to state that the Clarendon College players in the Dacosta Cup squad. The Clarendon College players in the Dacosta Cup squad includes Romeo Daniels, Adrian McNeil, Devante Adges, Okemo Jones, Christopher Hull, Kaheem Dixon, Marquise Reid, Malachi Douglas, and Tian Coupe. All right, so those are the individuals that they do have for the Clarendon College side. So let me know what say you. You thought that Clarendon College should have had everybody in the squad, or you're not looking at it that biased? You're saying that we should have a mixture of players, but majority from the winning sides. All right, yes. So let me continue to name out the rest. Also in the squad is Moe Morgan of Stets, Alric Garden, and Shane Garden of Central High, Giovanni Afflict of Dintil, Yarick Kanigi, and Rashan Reynolds of Manchester High, Devante Rodney, Jahmarley Amalik Porter, and Shamar Hamilton of Manning's High, Clayton Peck of Edwin Allen, Chadwick Woolcock of Foga Road I, and David Reed of Glenmuir. All right, yes. So most of these players, you know, what I've realized, we heard about them. So I don't think it's like players that weren't deserving of the selection. I think all of these individuals are definitely deserved personnel. So you don't have to worry about anything in terms of that. All right, yes. All right, the game set to get underway at 6 o'clock, and will follow the 4 o'clock presentation ceremony, where the outstanding teams and individuals throughout the season will be recognized. So if you want to go there to know who got the best player of the schoolboy football, or the leading goal scorer, the most disciplined teams, you can always go there and get that. All right, yes. And they have their metrics. Obviously, if you're the leading goal scorer, I think there is no other metrics than you score all the goals in order to capture that. But maybe like the best players, it comes with different metrics. It comes with quality. It comes with quality of the player that maybe don't come in recognized metrics like how much goals you score, but how much you impact on winning, like how much grounds you covered, how much passes completed, quality of the passes, the IQ on the game. You know, I think they might add a little bit more in it, and I would love for them to do just that. All right, yes. Is goal link working anymore? No, I don't think it's working anymore. You know, you have a lot more links out there. So I will give you it once it's game time. I will give you the necessary links once it's game time. All right, yes. So you know the time, guys. You know the time, the place, National Stadium, 6 o'clock. The 14th of July, and no, 14th of January, and also the players them that will be there. So if you want to support the Manning Cup or the Dacosta Cup, that is definitely one of the places to be. All right, so definitely go there and keep supporting the kids. Yes, keep supporting the kids. All right, yeah. So that's the ones that we have on the. What we have on the the reggae, not the reggae, but the all Mannings. All right, so we drop that out. So in terms of the U17 now, expectations. A lot of people always said it's a developmental league and developmental tournament. It's not so. I think it's more than a developmental tournament. It's places where you start setting the standards for futuristic games. So it's not just a development tournament. It's a place that you start building from. Like you start building the 5-year plan. All right, to be successful. If you want to achieve making the World Cup, under 17 is actually a 5-year plan towards getting towards that. You know, so it's not necessarily just a development tournament. No. I would not agree on that. I think it's a showpiece tournament, just like the under 20s, because the under 20s is not a development tournament. I'm very sorry, not. It's actually a place where in which people trying to expand their systems and work on the 5-year plan. I don't necessarily think it's just a flat out developmental tournament. No, you go there, you want to win it, you want to qualify for the World Cup, because that in itself helps poor countries monetary wise, financial wise, as I would say, scouting wise, because obviously if you don't have the financials, you can't improve on your developmental side. So if you play well there, someone might see you and then use that system to use that opportunity to improve you as an individual. So you being there is just to make sure you can catch as much eye, do well, and enhance your actual surrounding, you know. So maybe people can see that Jamaica has a lot of talents that they can come and can come and check on. All right, so I would not say it's a developmental league. So I don't think you should just go there with anybody to try and get the job done. I think you need way more than anybody to get the job done, in my opinion. Still, I don't know about you, but in my opinion, definitely it's not anybody. It's you going there to do what I've just said. It's a lot of things, and we cannot be looking at it as a developmental tournament. It makes no logical sense, because you have to have everything, just like how you have the coaching staff. And I'm saying that you have a train of coaching staff, you want to have a train of systems as well. All right, and a full out plan. So if you want to truly say that players will be coming from the systems that you want to put in place, I think you have to take these things serious. I saw 80 playing the under 15s that they won a few times now, and it never looked like a developmental league to me. And it's under 15s. They look like they're truly trying to get some players out there, some recognition for the players, them to move on to other places, because EAD's system and problems at this time might need some more assistance. So they were doing it for a lot of reasons, man. You get me? Yes, because when I heard a few of them had their interviews, they're saying that they want to move on to other things to get certain things bigger, and they're trying to make sure they put the country on the map to see if they can get participated in other tournaments and everything. So it's bigger, man. It's not just there to you just want to develop. It's more than that. All right, guys. All right, so 1 second, let me put that right there, and then we can get this right here. All right. We have the great big deal, and how you doing, man? Massive respect. Thanks for being here. All right, Chris Smith, some of these YouTube channels love false news. So, bro, I don't know what you're talking about, you know. I went to look for Chris Smith for a minute, and I found him on our next YouTube channel, fighting in the chat, you know. If we get Lovelace and a few more, we can be a force in the under 17. All right, so that is one place we're going to stop for a little while. Then we're going to end it off with the players then that we came here to talk about. All right, yes. So let me start with the under 17s, because I do believe that we still did not get the accurate information on the under 17s. What are you expecting from this under 17s? Let me hear what you say then. Based on the knowledge that you have garnered, what say you on the under 17s? You think that what you expect from the Jamaica under 17, they should be going out there to win it, or you're trying to learn? They should be trying to learn a little bit more. What say you? I want to hear from you guys. You're here. Let me know what say you on that. What should be the expectations? Because for me, I have been studying a lot of these players, and I want to say that the under 17s will not, and I've said it again, repeat it again, it's not going to be an easy task for no one, because I've listened to others spoke on these subjects, and even the other day I was listening to a program, and I heard someone say that we should be extremely dominant in these tournaments, because Whisper Richards is the best, is the best player at under 17, no, at under 20s in the entire CONCACAF or the Caribbean. And I have to say, I think people need to educate themselves on the Caribbean. I said I wanted to do a video because no, I'm not going to say people need to educate themselves on the Caribbean. What I want to do is to bring the players them to the people them so they can know the other players them. You get me? Because when you say something flat out like that, clearly they never watch the other programs them. All right? Because a lot of people that played in under 20s and started in under 20s, they are not 20 years old. They are 17 and 16 and 18. All right. Yes, and some of them are some special talents going places. The 80 squad that you saw how much people scouting on that squad, and some of them are 16, 17, 18. All right. Yes, and those were super players. All right. Some of the actual best players in the region. All right, some of the actual best players in the region. So those are not accurate news, and that's my problem now. When we go on doing things like that now, we set up the players them for failure, because if the expectation should be qualify for the World Cup, now you are going to force them to put them in a category to say that, oh, they never won it, and if Aritam was on the team, they would have won it. You get me? I've listened to these conversations, and I can categorically state to you, Dujuan Rashard never did anything before for the under 20s to make the under 20s. Don't let anyone give you any information. People only can pick players based off what they have done. He never did nothing. He was playing in the Coles competition and was a player in the Coles competition. So that's why I'm trying to say that, guys, sometimes everyone have their agenda, but the reality is he's not the best player in the region, in the Caribbean, and definitely not in the CONCACAF. All right. So that simply tells you that if the standard, the expectations for Jamaica should be a little bit less, with more information given to you guys. All right. And I'm going to try and get the information to bring back to you to make you know the truth. All right. Because these things, what they're saying to you, is not true. Definitely not true, because you have gotten to see other kids. And in life, you cannot tell me something and you never do anything. It's very, very hard for me to put you somewhere when you never did anything. I pride myself on completed things. That's why I've said I would pick Miran Garden any day to be the coach after under 17 over Craig Butler, because I've never seen Craig Butler did anything aside from what he's doing now. I saw Miran Garden, or I went and checked and learned a little bit more, and I can clearly see the path why they're choosing him. All right, you have a lot of other sides why you used to choose things, but all I'm saying is temper your expectations on the under 17s. Let the kids them go out there, try their best, and let me see if we can find people that can move the needle to the next step. We have some players that people talking about, Lovelace and those guys. Those are players that's already doing things, and they're 16, so they are even younger. You get me? So when we hear people talking about the national team, this is something that I cannot pass. You get me? I will not subscribe to these crap. I will not subscribe to that particular crap of putting people in the national team, or people deserve to be there. You get me? Because it clearly shows you Lovelace is 16. But you never hear people saying that if he should be in the national team. So what are the metrics are we using to pick people? You get me? And that's where we have to start calling out and say, okay, that is the reason why we're calling for people, because we only can resonate to them. But really and truly, we have a plethora of personnel to choose from. We just never have the information in front of us. All right? Yes. So all I'm saying is they have picked 35 kids at this point. We have heard situations to say that let me make sure we put the Lovelace kid here. If he hopefully he has he has a picture. Yes, he has his picture up here, so that's good. So this is the kid that the guys I'm talking about. So he's 16 years old. In January, this coming January is going to be 17. All right, so he's 16 and he's currently playing for Rangers. All right, yes. So it only goes to show you that's what we are talking about when and it's not. I don't like this thing of where you were born. Where you were born might hinder you for notoriety. Yes. But when you get notoriety where you're born, it might slightly matter, you know. But because we are in the informative age, I don't think it matters so much. You know why? I've seen kids from the CONCACAF region moving out. We just talked about 80. 80 don't have no notoriety over Jamaica. All right. So if the kids them can leave from 80, go everywhere in the world, anybody can leave from Jamaica to go anywhere in the world. So I don't want to see that excuse to say the reason why such and such persons don't move, it's because of that. No. If people are there identifying talents, and if they don't see you as the talent as what majority of us in Jamaica sees you at, that's it, because that's what they're using. That's their metric. That's their metric in order to improve. So the truth is, what we are saying might not, it just might not be there. You understand me? Yes, it has nothing to do where the persons were born. You get me? It's a full time for we to deal with the questions. All right? Yes. We need to deal with that first. All right? Yes. So if you're good enough, people see us. All right, and we will be places. All right, yes, that's what I am subscribing to. I can categorically say this. Everything that I'm saying, I can bring the facts, and then you argue that. All right, I am not going to say anything like Balakar them come up and give me a bag of thing where no make no much sense. Straight up, you get me? And then want to get angry when you reply with the actual facts. All right, yes. All right, let me hold on. I'm getting a call. 1 second. Hello, good day, Mr. Wayne Evans. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh no. If the guy is a guy, listen to me. In life, you cannot. You see, if one's a person not being extremely xenophobic or anything, if they lack the understanding, you just try to provide the understanding to them. So if they don't understand after they do explain, I've not come to the chat as yet, which I am going to do so. All right, I'm not. So let me just go to the chat, see what he's saying, and then I will answer to him. All right, so I will deal with it. I will deal with it, Mr. Wayne. So don't worry yourself, man. All right. So let me just get. All right. Yeah, man. Let me get it. Let me get it. Sorry about that. All right. So he said Mr. Jhavier Wilson. Bar in Jamaica, yes. If them have passion to play overseas, look down on Jamaica. And when it's too late, them want to play for us because of the country don't pick them. Okay. Jhavier, that's a lie. All right. So let me, because sometimes people just don't know. So Jhavier, hope you're here. That's a lie. For the under 20s, go for the under 20s. Go before. Mikel Antonio tried to play for Jamaica. Jamaica never called him. That's one thing. Cataract family tried to play for Jamaica. Jamaica never called him. Andre Gray tried to go play for Jamaica. He had papers issues for the longest time, and people never really helped him out. So Jhavier, this is the place. This is how the YouTube channels can be good, because they can inform people like you that clearly don't know what's going on. All right. Yes. So at the start, most of these people try to reach out back then, and Jhavier from 1998. Guys came in. Some of them were younger. Some of them had papers issue because the rule was not changed at that time. You understand me? And majority of the guys them that brought success to Jamaica, they were from overseas as well. All right. So it's not now or when they're getting old, they're trying to play for Jamaica. Sometimes you have complications because of the time, i.e., like the year that you're in and the technological development at the time. Yes, that actually helps. All right. Now things have improved, and tell you what, players start coming more frequent because information start passing on easier and the rules kind of get more loosed. All right, yeah, it gets a little bit more loosed. All right, so that is something. So Jhavier, hope you're here and hope when someone says something, you can take the information, process it, research it, and if you decide that it's wrong, you can come back and rebuttal. Don't just keep on saying Jamaica, Jamaica, because no one trying to play down on Jamaica. We are talking about Jamaica because Jamaica is the land of many people, not the land of just the landed people. All right, Jhavier, so no one is trying to eat on anyone because we talk about everybody. All right, yeah, so don't get the misconstrued. 2 players from Costa Rica better than Whisper by miles. Those are still under 20 players. But all I'm trying to say is we need to stop these things and stop over-hyping people and stop giving people the wrong concept. The concepts that we should be giving people is to go out there and keep on working hard. When you're the best, you will know you're the best because the stars will be telling that. You understand me? The stars will be telling you. Printing out will be telling you that. All right. You will be on the CONCACAF website, and I'm sure when I looked at the CONCACAF website, I'm seeing Steve Sejedi, what's his name, from Honduras. So they're not just focusing on only American players. They're telling you who are the best in the region, and most of those guys that they're saying are the best, I have said that I think they are the best as well, way before they're printing it out and we watch the tournament, and those are the best players in the region. You don't have anybody under the radar better than them. I don't believe in that story about people who never played football alive in life, and you are in a football instructor and they're better than you. It don't work. Don't follow those things. Those things are for lazy people, that people that always believe that someone's fighting against them. All right? Yes. With more information, with more education, you're always better. 99.9% of the time, you're better. 99.9% of the time, you're better. Anybody tells you things like that, they're just trying to use pride and also trying to limit your work rate. Warren Ripster said, watching Casey Palmer, Coventry, getting kicked. Okay, but Casey playing well. Yes. I started when they were losing 1-0. Yeah, but he's getting more games, so we wanted to talk about that. But we only have 2 hours, so we still don't touch the ice as yet. We are just going through the comments now. Lee Young, big up yourself. Thanks for being here. Lovelace need to be in the youth 70 ASAP. Maybe he has the quality to be there for sure. All right. But at the same time, sometimes you will encounter difficulties. So maybe he will still not play, but at the same time, we should try to make sure he has Jamaica on his mind. That's the main thing. All right. So Whisper is our own young Jamaican player. Stop comparing other players from other countries, please. Stop it. Give them a chance to shine. Jhavier, so it simply means your comprehension skills are maybe your, what I would say then, because I don't want to come off disrespectful, not say comprehension skills, but your bias to a reasoning cause you to be blinded. All right, because no one had said that. It's just people come here and ask a question, and I've said my job is not just for Jamaica. My job is to make sure I bring as much to Jamaica. So if I have to tell someone that Harry Tom and Dick and Harry on this team and they're extremely good, so watch out for these players, would you not like me to get that information? Well, it's the same information I'm giving you in valuation towards people quality. And all I'm saying, Jhavier, you telling people that, you can tell people that, but I have to tell people the truth that maybe we don't have the best players. So the expectations to put on the same players' backs that you're going to force because of your ego, maybe won't be there based off me having more shine than you or more notoriety than you and can tell people the truth. So that's what the truth does. You get me? So I think you don't understand what we're saying. So please try understand what we're saying before you go on to saying people 18 on people. All right? Because I think you're clueless if you're going to say we are 18 on anybody. All right? Yes. So don't worry, Mr. Wayne. clearly, Mr. Jhavan don't know. Agree, JD. Mo watch the North African notion prove that. Yes. Lovelace should get a senior cap. I am not sure as yet. What I would say is make sure we get to test him because these are young kids. Obviously, he has long-standing contracts, so people outside already tested him. But we have the quality coaching staff that can put him on different path. So just like what I said, Whisper don't ready for no national team. I think they should put him. He's already playing in bigger tournaments by a good stretch than Whisper. So definitely he's ahead of Whisper in his development, or at least on a bigger people's radar belief system. All right. So what you would have done, you would have look at the weaknesses of your team, and if you can't get him in now, and you know that he's one for the future, you try to put him on a program because he's already playing in a big team. So of course you'd have put him in ahead of Whisper because it makes logical sense. You understand me? Remember, you want to make sure you can get closer to perfection as possible. That's your job. That's your literal job. You have to do it. So it's not about personal feelings. It's about what you have to do and what is actually right. Hold on. I have not been here for so long and still come see people talking about people fighting. No, I think he just never understood nothing what people says, and he doesn't understand the concept of a stream that you come in at one point. This video started 37 minutes before. You understand me? Yes. So what's going on? What about Damoi? I think all of these players are on the coach's radar, and I think he's going to try his best to make sure he contacts them. You get me? Yes. I think that is the case. I am not going to tell you that Arit will be here. I don't have those information. You know. Oh, you're not here in the caller. You weren't here in the caller. All right. Let me see. All right. Let me see. Audio. All right. I don't know why you're not here in the caller. Because it's working, but thanks for that. Maybe it's my fault. I will get it started out. All right. Yeah. All right. So let me hear it. But we're not fighting Jhavan, you know, because if he's subjected to change, we will give him the opportunity to do so. But one thing, you know, we're definitely going to call him out. For me, I really don't care where the players come from long as they got the job done. That's all matters. Yes, I do believe so. All right, so Jhavan said, Bailey have passion to play. He want the best for us, but some don't want the best. They just want and play international football and never do interview yet. Okay, all right, and look at Jhavan. Jhavan have a lot of problem in him, man. My God, Jhavan. All right, so all right. So look, Jhavan, I don't know anything about you. I don't know how much places in life you have actually went before. Yes, but because the reason why you can understand that Bailey might have the passion, because passion can mean a lot of things, are come off a lot of ways, because languages are transcending, and maybe you can relate to that person in that language and body movements too. All right, so maybe others show it a little bit different. All right, if a person come from England, they might not be the loudest talker and the flamboyant personnel, but they might be more calm and collective and trying to be precise. All right, and that in itself might deem you to say that they lacked more passion, when all they might be doing, they are from a different culture, and they are much more locked in and way more educated and way more passionate than what you would have actually perceived it to be. You understand me? So, Jhavan, I think you have to be careful, or you just jump out and spew things. All right? Yes, that's what I would say to you, Jhavan. All right? Yes, and because remember, we are all here for Jamaica to do better. You understand me? But we have to always acknowledge things and put it out there. All right? But we have to do the research first. So you would jump up and say that, yeah. All right. Never do an interview yet. Zhaine Pinnock did interviews. Bobby Reid did interviews. Mikel Antonio did one interview, and I thought that was on the back of JFF, because they were the ones never integrated the people good enough. They were asking to do interviews, Jhavan, and stuff, because they said it in other tweets and Instagram messages. All right. So I think sometimes you just don't know what's going on. You're just saying things. And I said, don't say things in a rashful state. All right. Yes. Sakpase, Jason, how you doing, man? Hope all is well. All right. And guys, you can call in. No, yeah. I think the phone should be up and running. Let me see what's going on right here. Yes. So Wayne, you don't have to leave. If you think that Jhavan not saying the right thing, just educate him, man. Remember, we're here for one Jamaica, you know, but we're not going to exclude anybody else in world football. We're going to keep on collecting data, and if we think that that next person is further in the development, we'll keep on saying it. Overseas players have passion to play for Jamaica, not locals straight. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he just took it different. Now, don't block him. Don't block him. Don't block him. Sometimes those people bring the best out of you, you know, with the explanation and stuff. You get me? So easier for his own job, but we have to teach him, you know. If we're just here and just keeping the information to ourselves, that's a problem, you know. So if you pass an information to him, maybe he did not receive it because of his own interests, but someone else listening to the program received the information and realized that, oh, damn, this is the right way to go, you know. Had enough of these dunce them in the chat across the spaces. Them man just gonna beat them. No, JD, don't make no man. That's okay. That's okay. Jhavan, I think he will learn. I think he will definitely learn because I'm a person that will. I'm a person who will talk to him. I have no problem talking to him. All right. Yes. 1 second. No, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Babes, I'm online, yeah? Oh, okay, nice. All right. Yes, buy as much, yeah. Yeah. All right, sorry about that, guys. My wife is coming home and she asked me if I need dinner, so I have to definitely take the dinner. All right, so guys, please do smash the like button, share, and subscribe. We have we have a good amount of things on our list just to speak on, so don't worry yourself. Jhavan ain't taking up our time. All right, don't worry. Triple E, big up yourself. All right, and then we have our brother Jamaican Guna. Big up yourself. Thanks for being here. Hope all is well. All right, seeking info or clarification by asking is one thing, but just speaking out without knowing, show your mindset. Yes, I know, Jason, but remember, you know, what we have to learn about our culture as well, you know. Sometimes people, this is Jamaica Guna taught me this, you know, and I thought that I got on with most people in the country better after that, because I've learned that. He said sometimes the people just don't know, and just their what you would call, you know, their character, or then I think we have a different word to use for it. Just don't want them to come. Them just don't believe that they should come and just ask for the information. You understand me? They have to come in a certain manner, Jason. So that's why I don't really curse out anymore. I just reason with them, you know. Humble one. I'm so tired of hearing about whisper. If the kid is good enough, then he will select by the club in Europe. He definitely not ready to. No. It was just persons just asking and stuff, and I actually just addressed it and tell people that you have more people out there. You get me? And it was for two sides, not to put pressure on the under-17 youths them to deliver certain things that is way over their actual targets, you know. So it was not intended to be bad. It was intended to be good. You get me? But sometimes people they not comprehending it correct. Big up yourself, Tennessee. Massive respect. All right. Yeah, man. Casey just scored a wonder goal. Wow. And I have him on the screen. We will be talking about him. Don't worry yourself. It only goes to show that we're out here scanning good. It could be a blessing. We did not qualify for the 2022 time to aim for greatness. That is a good point as well, you know. What say you guys? Could it be a blessing that we never qualified for the 2022 due to the fact that our mentals weren't right, because a lot of people in big positions gave some different statements, and their ways of looking at things were wrong, and you saw those people made full circles and came around and telling you that, JD, you're right, you know, because we weren't looking outside at what we're competing with. You see the difference? No, and that's what I'm saying, Jhavan. The people in power now saying that they weren't looking at what they're competing with. So it clearly shows you, Jhavan, sometimes our own downfall is our own attitude. All right? Because if we had the respect for the personnels, it would have forced us to believe that, okay, we need to assess the proper way to combat these individuals, and then maybe the outcome would have been significantly better. All right. Surprising KC. KC played only one game for Jamaica. Yeah. I said a lot of things tied into that only one performance. So maybe JDE, the one who have the 8. Yes, but but that's why when I explained to him, yes, that's facts. All right. Giovanni, did I hear my name? No, Giovanni. Jhavan is different. Jhavan Wilson. All right. Jhavan Wilson. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop the number because maybe a lot of people don't have the number. 466-46-24-71. That is the number you only call on WhatsApp. All right. And we have the Discord. If you are in the Discord, all you need to do is just send to me that I should open the Discord, and I will open it, and enough people can come in and see your piece. Or if you want to come on the program to give your take, you can. I have no problem doing it myself, but you can just the same. All right, JD. I live because you're currently there. I live in the USA, but my heart is for Jamaica. But football is football. We need the best player from anywhere in the world. Yes, man. And I do believe that Jhavan, in his heart, he will realize that we're better persons than maybe what he heard. Yes. Wesley, big of yourself. Thanks for being here. All right, massive respect. And guys, let me tell you, Cataract and Mr. Speed fight will not end because Cataract called me trying to bad man's up. Oh, Cataract can bad me up. All right, I had to run him away, man, and say, listen to me, man. It's about Jamaica, man. Stop talking about yourself, all right? Because he's saying that, I let Mr. Speed diss him and program and set up him life, Where's there? Big up yourself. And we have Irie Vibes. IMAX, what did you think of Omari's cameo performance? I think he never had he never had the best performance. That is definitely true. And I've said it tonight. But maybe the situation and the opponent at the time was not the right thing. And I've talked about that in a previous video. So I'm saying that don't rush the players, then put them in the right surrounding. But they trust him enough to say that he could have contributed something over Aubameyang in the last 20 minutes or so. You understand me? So that is a statement. That is definitely a statement. And then we have a super chat. Big up yourself, Jason. Man spewing. That verbal diarrhea, Jesus God, oh my Lord. Hutchinson at the boss. Yes, Hutchinson is a very good player, but it only goes to show that we have more players because you have Zach Lovelace. He's doing something in a weaker region, but it's still a higher region than what we normally can pick from. All right, yes. So, yes, but Jhavan, if you have something to say, we have dropped the number. You can call in. Another local versus overseas Jamaican convo? No, it's a Jamaican convo. A person asks a question, so we have to give the necessary information to him. The problem in a Jamaican Guna, when we leave it to be a problem, that's when it's a problem. If we talk about it normal, it's not going to become a problem because if we can just attack it, why we are going to hide from it? You get me? We're not going to hide from it. We're going to address it always, Yes. So he brought up that conversation because I've said that the statement that Whisper is the best in the Caribbean under 20, I said it's not true either. And in the CONCACAF, it's surely not true. Because even the players that we had picked for the under 20s, we saw better players CONCACAF wide than them as well. And they were coming in from England as well. All right, so we had seen better players. So Jhavan reasoning was, it's our player. We said, yes, we know it's our player, but we cannot overinflate persons if we don't see it. All right, so that means we don't put the pressure upon the people and to break down. Just like how Leon Bailey broke down the other day. It's because of people like Jhavan, and he doesn't know. He doesn't know because that is just his ego telling him, oh, I have to back this guy because he's Jamaican. But no, you need to tell the guy the truth because he's Jamaican and you want him to be aware of something that he's not aware of. You get me? Simple as that, you know. But we learn every day. We learn every day. All right. So Jamaican going in, could call in and ask your questions, Dan? Or why are you in the chat a robot, a fingernail, ask question? All right. Yes, man. All right. Football, global, massive respect. Thanks. My brother, massive respect. So Jhavier did with laugh as well. So I guess he had his plan, but he never knew that I would have responded that way. Marcus Messiah Garvey, massive respect. We have a hero in the building. Says bless up the JD, blessings to all in the chat. Yes, man. Jamaican Guna whisper for the Reggae Boy senior team. He's drinking something in his studio, recording one of his hits them. So I'm gonna act like I never saw that. All right. Sometimes I think I can understand when the JFF keep things close to their chest, because these so-called fickle fans think they know more than the coaches. Well, Jason, I got to agree with you there. And that's why I came out today and said, listen to me, I would have preferred Mirren Garden, because these are the things that they're saying, the fans. Them, oh, Mr. Butler should have been the under-17 coach. No, I don't believe it. No. Mr. Butler should not be the under-17 coach. It should be Mirren Garden based on everything, because we're not talking about the under-17 only. We're talking about a context to carry information to work on a 4-year plan to make Jamaica better. All right. And Mirren Garden is in that cycle because he's already the assistant coach for the actual coach. You understand me? So that's why if you want Jamaica to be better, this is the way to go. So Mirren Garden would always get the coaching job over Mr. Butler. And a lot more things that I would choose from Mirren Garden over Mr. Butler as well. All right. So that's why I went for that. So the fans, yes, sometimes they can come off like they know everything, you know, because they're not putting everything in context. So we have the one reading God now, because from the other day, he mash up Sting, him come back out here, hype up himself. What are you saying? What are you saying, sir? What is saying? What is saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes, but we're going to talk about Casey Palmer as well, and we're. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oh, they said they're not hearing you. How is that possible? Hold on, people. Hold on, people. Let me find my big bad system. All right. So they said they're not hearing me. All right. So that is B1. Jamaican Goon. I'm gonna drop the link and you come on here, big man. All right. Yes. So Jamaican Goon, they're not hearing the call. All right. So I'm gonna drop the link, people. Only people who can reason, come on, all right? Only people can reason. I'm begging you guys. Only people. I don't want a dark and food people. Come on, man, can't bother with it. If you just want reason, we want to have decent shows in 2023. I'm going to fix the damn mic, people. Just relax, the man. Honestly, so. All right, let me fix it. I think I made a problem, you know. Let me fix it. All right, ZV1. Damn, man. Oh, can I do that to myself? All right. People can call in now, guys. You can call in. You not hear me now, guys? You not hear me, see me? Yeah, man. Oh, my God. Me never use a big bad mic. Wow. Damn, man. All right. So, Jamaican go now. I dropped the link in the chat so people can come on. Let me drop it again so people can come on. All right. So, that's the link. So, for Jamaica Guna to come on. But other people can call in. You can call in, guys. It's because the system was not connected. I don't know what's going on. Sorry about that. No, I know. It was a problem. So you can definitely come on. All right. Yes, but yeah, Jamaican gonna have his own take, but I'm going to tell it. I will challenge him today because now we're gonna call out other people because he's gonna come with his foolishness. Tell me about why a person need to be in the team. So I'm gonna ask what happened to the other people them that's doing astronomically more. What happened? Why you wanted not to put those ahead? What is the problem? So I want him to come on, no problem, because we're gonna argue with him today, now, guys. All right, and then the next half of the show we will get the additional information on Ethan Pinnock. If he's definitely, because we're out here not putting respect on this man's name. All right, so we're gonna touch some other topics on Ethan Pinnock. All right, so let me go through the comments until this man comes back. All right, Jesus God. Hello, good day, Mr. Chevron Peart.
Good day, JD. What big
How are you
legend?
doing? Please, if you're gonna take up a control, you're not gonna stay on my stream, because I have my PlayStation 5 over there and I was not playing it. All right, put on my channel. You, oh my God, why,
What?
why?
Why you say me have to? Why you say me took up my
I saw
control?
your control. Don't lie to me. I saw your
Which
control.
control?
I'm not gonna. This is not going to be about you. I'm not gonna steer here and fight. What are you saying, sir? So I can just throw you off from a stream instant. What are you saying?
You can't show me of JD. I'm one of your
Yes,
panelists.
because you're gonna
Remember you
be.
hire me.
It doesn't
Remember
matter
you
if I hire you. You have to have respect to the program. What are
I
you saying?
am.
What context? What? Which one of the topics you want to take on? Let me just talk to you, so you don't have to play any game. Cause the lack of respect, man.
Well, it's really the under 17 I really wanted to talk about still.
All right, yes. So give your take on the under 17. What say you now?
Um, Based on comments from like persons who actually know the players, some persons are saying that the team is actually it is a good enough squad. Um, Wish there was a way that we could actually see them in action. If it's even a practice game against another Caribbean island.
Mm-hmm.
But you know me, stay already, JD. I don't like to give prediction unless I know what I'm dealing with. So I'm not. So based on the comments, I would be a bit optimistic. But then again, you understand the skepticism as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
Yes.
did you got a chance to see the players in full flight?
No, not necessarily. I mean, we know some of the players them from the Manning Cup season, but
Mm-hmm.
then again, as you know, it's a different team and a different coaching system. So with the players actually gel together, um, is there controversy in the squad as well because of the situation that was accused to have happened? We're not sure. Alleged that
We're not
happened. We're
sure.
not
We're not
sure.
sure about that. We're not sure
Yeah,
about that.
yeah. So we're not sure. We're not even, and then we are hearing other reports that there may be some additional players coming in, depending on
Mhm.
documentation as well. So I saw the JFF post it. It looks based on some of the teams. I was kind of hoping I'd see more CC players in there, to be honest. But
Mhm.
just assuming that probably their players are a bit older. Um,
Maybe not, but if they put CC players in it, I think the coach might remember. What they were saying is, what I've gotten from the conversation is, they were most of the local guys. They were already checking them, so it's not like it's just today they pick them to put them in a pool. And remember, it's gonna go down to 20, and you have
yeah,
overseas
I know.
as well, so you don't know
Yeah,
if all of the overseas personnel will make it, and then the others from local. You don't know what the coach will do at the end. Hopefully, we can
yeah,
get an answer from him soon.
yeah. That's one thing. Cause the other day when I had Mr. Speed on, yeah, I never
Mhm.
beef with you. And I come here, more I ask him a question, I never ask him. You just a run question.
No, because that's the problem. True, people perceive me as a bad man. They expect all of the bad mans them to join my channel. All of the unruly people them join my channel. So you expect I should always stay in the light of the unruliness every single time,
No,
right?
but no, the question I asked wasn't anything bad about. I was just asking. You're in Europe. You know that Adidas has a big influence on youth football.
Mm-hmm.
You know that person. So that my question was really pertaining to that. As Adidas made any mention to saying that they want to be have an impact on youth football because I know part of their plan is develop youth football. So when those players develop into professionals, there may be some favor. So I just wanted to know if that was there.
But the guy said he never knew anything about the deal, so I couldn't ask him that question. And the secondary one, you need to find out what the deal entails, because the deal is nothing like what you think. When you think, what do you think from this deal? That Adidas just come to Jamaica and give Jamaica every single thing.
No, that's what I said. I was asking JD when he said that he didn't know much about the deal. I never heard that part.
Yeah, he said he never knew nothing about it. We have to get to the other personnels, and he literally referred personnels to me. So I needed to just go and get in contact with people, and then I can get the necessary answer. To be honest, you know.
Okay.
So that was the situation, man. He answered it, man. He answered it, man. 1,000%.
Yeah, that was the only question that I really had. I just wanted to know if, because you see it in Europe, the big influence Adidas have. So I just wanted to know if there was any plans for that to be trickled down in Jamaica as well. I don't think
companies don't sign deals like that to countries, you know. Not even Argentina that just won the World Cup had that contract. So I don't know how Jamaica would have had a contract like that. They would have, if you get the money, you'd have to get the money and then do your own job. You get me? You are trying to make someone come in and then they have to do your job for you. No, people won't assign themselves to that. Yeah. Even if they're gonna get to the youth programs and provide the necessary details, like necessary money that you want and everything, they are not going to come and do your job. Remember, FIFA rules stated that you have to do certain things and certain people can't get involved, you know. You understand me? So you have to know what's up at the same time. We have Jamaica Guna in the building, so we want to hear what Jamaica Guna saying. But guys, you have 100 people here. Massive respect. Please do smash the like button. Get us up to 150 likes. If you are new to the channel, definitely subscribe. If you want to call in, give you 5 minutes of conversation, no problem. And if you want to come on the panel, just make sure you be informative. You get me? And coherent, you know? We can't bother with a bunch of shouting and you can't hear nothing. All right, yes. All right, so we're gonna bring in let me bring in Mr. Jamaican Guna. All right. Yes, Mr. Jamaican Guna. What were you saying on the phone, sir?
Yes, blessed day to you, JD. Big up yourself and the panelists them.
Yep, I'm a big son, never connected in a big boss.
your son can be if it's a frying pan, son.
No, because so you see the
son brother.
And look, you have your big studio and you have more mics and big sounds like me connected here. Because I want my next big sounds automatically connected.
And none of them now work. What that's it?
No, one was working, but the problem is it never connected to your phone call. You get me? So
okay.
Use two mics, sir. And yes, that's what happened. So I had to change it to one in-sync mic. Okay, so don't come style my big sound, all right? Yeah, man. So what are you saying now, sir?
Yeah, man. My blessed day and happy new year to everybody, man. Good evening, good morning, and good night to everybody and wish partner already. All right, so this is what the point I was making. I saw something pop up about the under 17. It's in the title, right? So what
yes.
This is where I look for now. See? Now I am advocating for Whisper to be included in the national team. And my justification is context. First part is that he blew the Manning Cup away. The schoolboy football overall, he's one of, if not the best player in the league, right? And that is the premier ground where you always I see them tech players and a boost from. That's where the players that's where we get to look at our youth players from the schoolboy football, right? And this player has blown everybody out of the water. Now, if it was another player from another system, which is not, let's say, a Craig Butler player, and it was another player, I guarantee you would have a lot of people out here saying that he should be in the national team. But no, all of a sudden people want to change the rules of the game now.
Okay, Mr. Hold on right there, Jamaican Guna, because I know once you talk about, and Darnell, I am going to come to your comment right after, all right? Yes,
Yeah.
I'm gonna come to comment right after Daniel. Don't worry yourself. I'm just trying to make sure we keep the one Jamaican going and check because he's acting like he wants to fly past certain thing. He says, if it's not Mr. Butler, if it wasn't Mr. Butler's player, he would have been in the team. All right. So, our people would be clamoring for him to be in the team. That's
Yes,
what you
yes,
meant, right?
exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
All
Yeah.
right. So, all right, maybe that's true. But what we have now in a group of players, I don't think Jamaica ever had this before in history. Not time at all in lifetime. Jamaica never had this before. Like the quality that we can choose from. Obviously, our region has improved so drastic. Even though we have improved, it's much more difficult for we to qualify. So Jamaican people thinks that the players them are not good due to the fact that they never qualified, but they don't just realize that they never realize that the category just improved significant. So even with we putting these players, we might need more, or we might need a better coach, or we might need more time, we might need more things, but it's not just the players. So with all of that
It's
said,
not just the
no,
players. I agree with that.
I'm trying to learn now. So with all of that said, no, and we have so much professional players.
Yeah.
We're in that. We're in those positions in a 23-man squad. You would see whisper fits now. And what happened to the other players them that played at the higher level? Two questions I'm going to give you. What happened to the higher players them that played at the higher level that can represent Jamaica? Why they just get pushed aside to just put whisper in the team? So educate me on that side now.
So I have. So let me answer your question. Your first question was basically what you're saying is what makes him qualified to play for the team ahead of other players. Is that true? I don't want to
Yes. Yeah, man. That's exactly what I've said, man.
This is my reasoning. Number one, I think he's a special talent. I've seen him play. Watch Manning Cup match, couple of Manning Cup match with the ball. I've seen him play. So that is one. You know, when I depend on football, when I watch football from the stadium, man, you see a player and you either be a defender, you see them stand out, them head and shoulders above everybody else. You see the difference in the movement. You see things which are not just pan the ball and kick the ball at the goal. You see stuff which different. You see a little nudge, or you see a turn, or you see them small little subtle thing the way you see now your young player. The player is a special player. That is one. And usually a country wants to embrace their special players coming through, that they can encourage other players of a young age to want to put in that work so that they see themselves going to that place. Because the youth them want to play for the national team, right? No, that is the point one. I think he's a special player. That's my opinion.
Okay, so because he's a special player.
One.
I want to ask back a question on that, but let me
no problem with that. No problem with that. Based on what I've seen, I think he's a special player. And I think most people would agree with that. That is one. Right? Two, based on his performances, he is. I said it at the beginning of the schoolboy season. I think you can remember. I saying that if he comes into the people gassing him up, if he comes into the schoolboy football program and he scores and he scores 20 goals for the season, then people can start talking about him. He has surpassed that, right? And that is just my opinion. That is just my belief. Okay. And football is a game of opinions. So I apologize to Romain. That is
no man. I have no problem.
We're at now in the development of the squad. We're actually looking at players for the future. We're looking at players that we can have. I don't think in terms of players versus players, I don't think Costa Rica had a better team than Jamaica. But Costa Rica did what they did. I don't think they had a better team than Jamaica. Player for player, I think Jamaica have better players. But they went further than we did. You understand what I said? They went to the World Cup and we did not. So it's not just down to the players. It's down to chemistry. It's down to a system. It's down to consistency. So what we're looking at now, based on the beginning of the campaign for the 2026 World Cup, we should be bringing in players that we are looking for the future, and we are looking for some stop gaps as well, because you're gonna have to go through a lot of players in order to come to that final solution that we would like to have to go to the World Cup. So you want to bring in the youth players, that is one, and you want to bring in those special players, be it a whisper or another young player that pops up that's excellent. Let's say, for instance, Amari Hutchinson, who we feel should be a part of the next campaign moving forward. So we have those players, and we integrate them with some senior players to bring them into the system. That's my second point, where we're at in the campaign. So the first is, I think he's a special player. The second is where we're at in the campaign, in that we're at the beginning of the campaign. And my third is we're going to have practice matches, right? And where we won't have the availability of some of these players who are in the middle of the season, whichever season they are in right now. So I think this player coming in, and bring him in, say for instance, 2 practice matches before the Nations League start back, or bring him in for 2 of them practice games there and see what he looks like. Just the coach to get a look at him in and around big man players, even if he doesn't even make the final squad, or even if he doesn't make the squad that will go to the Nations League.
That's my problem. And I'm gonna bring in Brian Might here.
So that's my third point. So my third point is there are practice games in which we will not have the big players, them quote unquote big players, them to call upon. So a player such as himself, who was dominated the local schoolboy football league, this is a chance that you will give him. If you're not gonna call him now, when you're gonna call him 5 years from now,
no.
To get him integrated.
So Jamaica you can't just fly out all the points, because we want challenge.
So I'm defending your points in a
jail. We want wheel out the fire belt. We want wheel out the fire belt.
Wheel out the fire belt. I'm done to name a 3 things. So let me just recap. My 3 things is this: 1, he's a special player in my opinion. 2, where we're at in the campaign, that we're at the beginning of the campaign. And 3 is that we're gonna have practice games, which we will not have the international players them to come in, and we will have to draw on local players and JPL players and so on and so forth. And I think he fits in that bracket in terms of players who are not internationally known yet, which you can draw upon and have a look at. That's my point.
All right, so I'm gonna just rebuttal fast and then bring in Mighty. 1 minute. All I'm saying is special. I am not sure of that he's a special player. In the context of everything that Jamaica has for the entire under-20 team that we would have put up together, I don't think he's better than none of the guys them. So I would say that in that reasoning, I would not put him above any one of the guys in under-20s up front. I think if he's on par, he's on par, or if he's below, because I saw more from those guys at bigger levels, and I have to take the levels. All right, they never dropped down these levels to let we see them in the Manning Cup, so they could have showed us what they could have done. They have all done well in actual academies in England and America, and they have their stats to do that. So if that's what you're going to use for Whisper, I can also back up that with stats for Zian Scarlett, Clark, and everybody else. So that cancels out everything. But not just that, they did additional things in official games, bigger league games. So they would have been way ahead of him. So even if you're going to bring in 3, 4, 5 players in the national team, Whisper would not be nowhere near the 5. Even if it's the same one single position, Whisper would not be in that talking point at this point. None at all. I would just say I would have considered him only for the under-20s to see what he has to offer, and if he keeps up to as well. Because people keep on talking about no, put him in the team now. What happened 2 years from now? We have to see how the guy move on. So he still have the under-20s for the next 2 years. Yeah, we just wait and see what he comes up with, where he's playing in the next 2 years, and what he can do in the next 2 years. And that's what I would have used to determine who how his career goes with the national team, because you have other players ahead of him and a plethora of players ahead of him as well. It's just because we don't bring them up. But I love the fact that you brought them up in the conversation. So it's not like you're hiding any other player. You're just saying you would like that player to be there because of such and such. You understand me? But the amount of player plays for Jamaica so far, and seriously special, but because they never saw them in a Manning Cup, they are playing against real life big players. It's much more difficult to look extremely special, because if you're special against those players, you're world beaters. Whisper get to be special against kids, so he looks special. But if you're going to be special against these players playing in professional big leagues, you're going to be Messi and Ronaldo. So it's 2 different levels of specials. So I would love to hear a rebuttal for that one. But Brian Mighty want to come in here, but make the rebuttal fast. So bring him. All right. With the fire belt to the people. Give me 100 or 10.
What we would call special, JD. is I would call special one thing, you would call special. Everybody on this panel and everybody in the chat would say something different. Their qualifier, everybody's qualifier gonna be different based on what you see.
But me give you points. Jamaican gonna give you solid points. Argue my points him. Come here, beat
so I'm arguing your points. Allow me to finish it. All right. So everybody's gonna give their term as what they consider special. Football is a game of opinions. Listen to me. I was watching Messi when he just came through. Messi was on the bench in an Argentina match. The coach didn't fancy him because he wasn't playing at a big club as yet. He was just at Barcelona youth team. Burn up the place, and you have some players who were younger than Messi, or at the same age group as Messi, who were already at professional clubs playing big league football, who were starting, and Messi was on the bench. So that is just the coach saying, listen to me, I think these players are ahead of Messi. Now, Messi is one of the best players to ever play football, and I'm certain that the players who are ahead of him probably nowhere near it. So we're not talking about that. We're just talking about there's no thing that you can say your opinion of a special player and what a special player requires is more than mine, and mine is more than yours. It's just an opinion. So you might say a player is special, and when it turns like these players that you're mentioning, Zion Scarlett and these players who were in the under 20, who you're saying they might be special players in your eyes, but they might not be special players in my eyes. I think yes. Based on what I have seen, and based on what I have seen those players play in the under 20s, and I've seen.
No, but Jamaica Guna, I think Jamaica Guna, you're wrong me there now. I've not said what they did at the big level here. I said what you use to put Whisper on the special trajectory is actually what you heard about him.
I use
the Manning Cup and also his overseas record.
Small little details that said he's a special player. He was playing at a level that
Jamaican Guna, what I did, is to chop down the record from overseas, with Zhaine Scarlett and all of them records that they have in
JD, you're still saying the same thing that I'm saying, and you're trying to go on it, and I'm never going. Listen to me very carefully again. I said it already, I'm going to say it again. Your opinion on what a special player is and the qualifiers that you use may not be the same thing that I use to say at this me make us look on a special player from. So your special player might not be my special player, and my special player might not be your special player. And we have to just know say I saw it got a difference of opinion. Okay. You know what I say? So you can't dispute my thing based on your opinion, saying my opinion is wrong, because you don't know that.
No. Jamaican Guna was not. I was trying to give you. Jamaica is not an opinion I'm giving you. Jamaican Guna, I was not giving you an opinion. I said what people using to determine if a player is special is what he did in England and what he did in the Manning Cup. So I said the other guys them have
no, I'm not talking about those people, my bro. I'm not talking about nothing what nobody else say. I did not say I heard people say he performed well in England. I didn't even mention England. I said based on what I saw with my 2 eyeball them, I think he's a special player. So judge me after that. Beat me on that.
Okay, all right, no problem. No problem, Jamaican Guna. Well, Jamaican Guna. Well, Jamaican Guna. Well, Sir Jamaican Guna. Sir Jamaican Guna. I want to bring in Brian Mighty. All I'm trying to say is we never get to see the other guys them in the Manning Cup playing. We only get to see them in there.
You're still going back to that. You're still using the Manning Cup on the league that they're playing as a qualifier.
No, but Jamaican Guna, Jamaican Guna, you said you saw the man play with him own eyes in the Manning Cup. That's what you said.
You want a spoon and you pluck out my 2 eyeball them. That I'm a qualifier, brother. So if you want to tell me, say, if you want to convince me, say, he's not a special player, you have to go get one spoon and scoop out my eyeball.
But I'm just saying, all right, you know what? Let me bring in Brian Mighty, because this war now gonna stop. But guys, hope you understand. Hope you understand where I come from. I'm just trying to say, when you move the bracket, the special what you're describing would not seem so special, because the level of the quality players would have been high up.
All right, I think a special player is a player who have 3 ears. You think a special player is a man who have 3 foot? You can't knock out my opinion, bro. Special is an opinion, my G. Special is an opinion. It's an opinion. There are many players who people said were special who didn't turn out to be special, my G. Just come on, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. And let me make you finish right there. A lot of people think that people special and they turn out not to be special. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's exactly what we're trying to say. That's exactly what we're trying to say, sir.
Yeah,
we're trying to say
the qualifiers different, brother. And that I say is our opinion. So my opinion is a young player, so we don't know when future holds. My opinion is that he's a special player. And your opinion is that he's not.
No, I know. No. My conversation was yes, I would agree with you. A special player in the Manning Cup, what we saw, but a special player in the Manning Cup might be just way below average in the next level because the level is not the same.
Special player in another league as well. You can't tell.
So that me I say, but more than likely, you're gonna find it more difficult at a harder level. Wrong or right?
You do not know, bro. You have to when a player goes up to the test and it fails, then you can't say it failed.
Okay, Jamaica good. Say you're gonna leave the Manning Cup and go in the Premier League and find the Premier League easier. That's what you're saying. You're gonna leave the Manning Cup and go in the Premier League and find it easier.
Let me give an argument. Let me give an argument. What may I say? You have had players who have performed immaculately in one league and go into another league and tush. You have had players who perform well in a higher league and go into a lower league and tush. You have players who have performed well in a lower league and go to a higher league and tush. It goes everywhere you can.
Jamaica, there's no way Jamaica going. No, Jamaica, that's not right.
You keep on cutting me off, bro, and I don't cut you off.
That is not right, Jamaica.
You keep on cutting me off, brother. You want one knife too? Come here, I give one spoon to scoop out my eyeball, right? So if you want one knife to keep and cut me off, then you can get a knife too, bro. And then we can just finish it off and give you one fork and you move like you're a devil. Just lower me, talk, brother. When you talk, me interject in your argument, brother. Right, listen when I say, I am saying what I see as a special player. You might not.
Hold on.
Right?
No, Brian, never come in. No, Jhavan, Jhavan, it not gonna work. Make the man finishing point. Jhavan, make him finishing point so Brian might can come in. Brian might wait.
Brother, I don't know so you can't bully me, brother. Me don't know when I try, but you not.
Nobody not bully you. Who want you to finish? Jamaica gonna finish.
When me say, I only can record with Mercer YouTube this to depend, so only can record.
Yeah, them a record.
The player is a special player and he deserves a spot based on the special player that I see. Yeah, another man might not see him as a special player, my bro. And there's nothing wrong with that. I never fight you for not seeing him as a special player. I'm just saying I do. That is it.
Or Jamaican Guna. No, Jamaican. It's okay, Jamaican. We're going Jamaican Guna. It's okay. Jamaican Guna, it's okay. I saw him as a special player, but I'm just moving it from stage to
stage. Brazilian football, bro, and he moved from 4th division Brazilian football to
Jamaican Guna. All I'm saying, I saw him as a special. No, because. Oh God! You remember say down, so me try bring in Brian Mighty. But me I say yes, me see him as a special player. But at a special player at what he does in the Manning Cup. So I'm waiting for him to go at the next level for me to put a badge there. Me not go with give people badge where them go. That's all me I say. So that's all me I say.
Was playing as a special player in the 4th division.
I'm gonna give him a badge when he reach Arsenal.
He moved from the 4th division of Brazil League to the English Premier League. First, this is the fastest league in the world, right?
I'm gonna give him badge when him go Arsenal and do it Jamaica Guna.
4th, not 3rd, not 2nd. So there were coaches that saw him when he was playing in 4th division. There were coaches that saw him playing in 4th division and said that he wasn't that good. There were 3rd division coaches that could have brought him up to 3rd division. There were 1st division coaches that could have brought him up to 1st division. Nobody saw it. Somebody saw it and bring him from that. And when he came to Arsenal, they were saying that he was going to be loaned out. He wasn't loaned out, bro, because he stepped up to the plate. It was just somebody who saw the vision and said, listen me, I think this kid has something special about him, and that person saw the vision. And when the coaches at Arsenal saw him, they gave him his debut, bro. So we cannot say, bro, I'm just saying to you, let's use that as an example. And I'm saying to you, you have those special that come through that break every mold that was set up and before them. Whisper is one of those players in the Jamaican context. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamaican Kun. And that's where the problem lies. I think Whisper is special, but there's levels to it. I don't see the next levels, and that's a problem. So I don't see him as that special as what you are saying there, and to make the big flip to one level to a next level. Yeah, and maybe that's the difference where we are having the problem. But the Manning Cup level, definitely, I thought he was better than the Manning Cup from before. So that's not a problem. All right. So yes, I know we get where we're going after all the fights. We definitely got where where you're going, and I agree with you. He's special to a certain extent. I don't think he's special on that level to jump up to the big man football and dominate. I don't think so. I think he has a lot of more work to go. I do believe so. That's my take. I was the first one giving him the special award before nobody even talked about him. All right, but I don't believe
it's
that.
the brother in the island chat, bro. And where the brother that come from? Bad man, you have to know for computing, brother. Yeah, me compare Brazil with Jamaica. I don't mind
Jamaican
for something like this coming in there. Because we might come with them full argument and I move the other things what me not say. Did I just say Jamaica and compare to Brazil? Why we're comparing one footballer to one footballer? Jamaica and Brazil, I see him thing in terms of the world stage, bro. So that move like I eat that no youth.
All right, Jamaican go now. Hold on, you'll be a panelist, you know, brother. Respect to the fans, and no man. Warm to you, man. Respect to the fans, and the big man. All right. Yes. So, what do you respect them, man? We have to improve the thing for 2023. All right. So Jamaican go now. Relax, sir. We have to put you on time out if you're not behave yourself, you know. All right. So Brian Mighty, come in, big boss. And then we'll read the super chat right after. All right.
Yeah.
I saw the show them go my joint. We're passionate about the football, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, so good afternoon to everyone on the panel. Jhavier, bless up, bro. Go now, big up.
Bless up, my G.
Comment section and thing. So I always listen to the rhetoric that is made about players. I think more than anyone on this panel, I watch a lot of Jamaica Premier League. And in recent times, I've had a need to watch a lot of schoolboy football. I am affiliated to one of the Jamaica Premier League teams. So day in, day out, I go to watch a lot of Premier League games, especially the ones that are playing in Kingston.
Mm-hmm.
And when I go to watch the games, I think I have the best view in the house.
All right.
So I see a lot of the players. I've watched a lot of schoolboy football as well, both on TV and live as well. But it comes down to this, you know, you see special talent or special ability is relative. So what may be special in our Manning Cup may be extraordinary in maybe say U18 in Belgium or U20 in Belgium or something of that sort. I've seen Whisper play in the Manning Cup. I think he's a cut above the rest. But I don't think schoolboy footballers should be plucked out of schoolboy football solely and placed in the national team. It's something that used to be done quite a lot, and now I think when persons are coming to say we need to take out this now, we need to stop it, there are persons who are used to it from a longer time who will say, well, if you used to pick this one, then you can pick this one, because you have all the players, Andre Lewis, Peter Lee Vassell, Jordan Fletcher, all of those players that played for the national team were selected solely on their performance in schoolboy football. They may have played the Premier League, but if you were to isolate their Premier League performance alone, they would not have made the national team. They were selected from schoolboy football. Now, I was watching a show the other day, and I think it was your show, JD, where Mr. Speed said that the national under 20 team will be called their professional players. Everybody in the comment section was raving. That is a very good thing, and we're moving into the step in the right direction. Now, how is it that our national under 20 team should own our professional players? We are going to have our senior team who have amateur players.
I think we're going to miss that. I think we're going to miss the one name. Magawar again.
The schoolboy footballers, they are all amateur players. The ones who you see playing in the Premier League, JPL, they are playing as amateur players.
Yes, in the five.
I'm a part of a club, so I know them. All of them that you see dominate schoolboy football who are in the Premier League, they are playing as amateur players and stuff. So, if you're going to compare an amateur, and I heard Guna was saying that the kid is better than the other players. But you look at it now, there is a EFL Cup match that is going to be played now. Dexter Lambikis is going to be starting for FA Cup.
Yeah, man, I watch it now.
Dexter Lambikis is going to be starting for Wolves versus Liverpool. Isn't he a special player? Doesn't he deserve an opportunity to be called up as well? I mean, and even if he fails in the match, the fact that a team in a top 5 league in Europe saw it fit to give a player who is under 20 an opportunity to start against arguably one of the best teams in England means that this kid has talent and could be classified as special talent based on whichever level you want to look at it at, whether it is Jamaican or whatever. So I'm not saying that we should discard Whisper or any of the other players who play schoolboy football, but the truth is, if you want them to play in the national team, they have to go play for your club. They need to go play for your club because all of us agree that the level of development that occurs in Jamaica is below standard. We all agree that we don't have the coaches here to bring the players to the highest level. So if it is that we are agreeing on that,
can I just add a little thing to what you just said?
I'm listen to your talk, I'm never say nothing. So me gonna finish talking.
Hold on, Guna. You have a whole heap of point for war with Guna right after.
Me never interrupt you, even though I never agree with nothing what you say. Me make you talk. If we are saying the coaches them in Jamaica not good enough to develop elite players or players to go at the next level, seeing who are coaching in the Premier League or the Manning Cup, how is it then that we are saying that these same players who are being underdeveloped, undercoached, and underprepared, how is it that they are ready to go and represent Jamaica in the Premier League, in the senior team, and do well? Finally, we are saying that the national team is not for development, but I think they are only saying that when the players who are being selected are from a certain club or of a certain affiliation, because everybody is saying pick which one of the team so they can develop. While them same people them must say Zimines and Pearson should in there to develop. Them say them to go home and them to go find club or them team to go develop them or them to go get them development at some other stage, brother. We can't shift the goalposts, so brother. What good for one should good for all. Now, I agree that these players have to leave from schoolboy football and go into the national team because schoolboy football is not a true test. A lot of these players who dominate schoolboy football, they might play against some little youth, and most of them who dominate them go to the top school, them where them get better training, them get food program or whatever, them come dominate some other little kids, brother. Get me I say? There was a little kid who play for Campion, my 14, named Kyle Miles.
Kyle Miles.
He's not in the under 17 team. I mean, there's nobody away no wagon theme.
No, we talked about him, man, because remember,
when we say about him,
I know him good.
I mean on a wide scale, like we have to know Whisper or whoever or whatever. No, I know say Whisper not have talent, you know, and him not have ability, you know, because that would be unfair, you know. But what me say is, in agent or whoever say them are get him to go overseas, then him have a left under 20 cycle, same as Xander Bicknell. So make them go play at a professional level or be involved in a professional setup where the opportunity is there for them to move up. So if you move to Belgium like Zimini's gone to Belgium to Circle Bruges under 18, if him go there and do well enough and improve and show him talent, possibly him can go move up into the first team and get an opportunity, brother. You see me? What you can't answer come and say, yo, the youth scored 30 goals, brother. Jordan Fletcher, he scored 30 goals in schoolboy football. Which point be a play now, brother? India. I'm not knocking because anyway, the money there, and them have to earn to take care of family, brother. But I just say, we can't do that. Look, Peter Lee has dominate schoolboy football and the national team. When there, USL,
Maggie dominate
Lewis
schoolboy
football, score under 17 World Cup when they know, brother. And you have men, you have JD, you have whole heap of other one. When name Jhavier Stewart.
Jhavier Stewart, yeah.
One of the best player people talk when they know. Him could Jhavier Stewart not even hold on a starting place in our Premier League team, brother. JPL team. He was at Waterhouse, he moved to Mount Pleasant, and they wouldn't know when they know, brother. Stop the madness for the stream them, brother.
All right, so Jamaican Guna, let me hear your rebuttal on now, but maybe I missed that information when Mr. Speedham said the new attitude is, and we want to know on the panel if everyone agree with this. Professional players only will be in the under 20s. So Jamaican Guna, I know you might miss that part there. I want to hear you have to say because I kind of agree with it, because I did say it a year ago. I said we're gonna go up against professional players and them have different program, them have different everything. It's hard for you to just come from school I go compete with them. So Jamaican Guna, let me know if you agree or disagree. Because I see Iris said something earlier. So I want to hear your point on that Jamaican Guna, and then we can run up at the show again. So guys, please get the likes up, please. Get the likes up to 100 guys. Come on.
I heard mention of Pearson and Ziminis that they got invited to the national team. They were playing club football as well. But Brogy just say a while ago it's their not them.
Nobody said that. Pearson played one Premier League game before national team pick him. So on a Premier League him get selected off a brother. One game in play before them.
Yeah, one game in prayer. Son of I couldn't be able to prayer Pearson. He never play much game.
Yes, no,
one game in play.
I'm saying. I actually agree with you. I mean, I still like you. I say disagree with everything I'm saying. I'm not gonna disagree with everything what you say. Cause everybody got have something with them. You must say something I agree with. So that one point them I agree with. So if they allow me to finish that year, what I gonna say? I said to you, say you mentioned Pearson and you mentioned Ziminis. Pearson did play one game before he got called to the national team. Right, but he was there training with big man players, and apparently the training was so great and so impressive. With that, he didn't have to impress at playing actually a game or playing a season or anything like that. He got called into national team. The question is Pearson by comparison, based on what they did in the Manning Cup plus on a talent level, is Pearson like above Whisper in their development?
No.
That warranted him to be called in the national program, and the rules changed when it reached Whisper?
No, he wasn't, and that's the point. I'm telling you.
And I would agree. I don't think
he should not have been. You know, hear the part of Guna. Me tell you, say him and the other one them before him should not have been. Me did say that, bro.
Okay, so you should not have been. So now we're gonna clamp down now. This year we're gonna clamp down and say, okay, we don't want no player who haven't played any club football or whatever. We're gonna clamp down now. We're gonna implement all the rules them now because and Whispers here. But last year it slide. People slide and them call him in the national program.
Guna,
did you hear anybody?
But before I go, Brian Mighty, what I would say, Guna, is we just sign the coach, and the coach gets from the development straight to the national team. So we only can start now, Guna, because I know the man just come in. He need to come in at this month. He might come in next week.
All right.
So
we're talking about the coach now. Okay.
Yes, him them say I do everything. Him them say I take over everything.
Okay.
With the database and
all right. So when last year when Pearson was in 19 in a World Cup qualifiers and the whole of them look at something there. When we now work, this is not the beginning of the campaign when you can give a person a chance. This is when we reach down at the World Cup part down the side. We are playing big man football down the side. It wasn't like in the beginning of the campaign, bro. We're nearing the end of the campaign, bro. We weren't at the beginning, so context is important. So if a player if a Manning Cup player can get called up in the end part of the World Cup qualifiers, and the Manning Cup player cannot get called in the beginning part of the World Cup qualifiers. That don't make no sense to me still. I mean, I know somebody can correct me because I don't really know.
But Guna, we agree with you. We agree with you, Guna. We agree with you.
Hold on. One question, Shabba.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
Guna, let me ask. All right, Guna, me hear what you say.
We agree with you. We agree with you.
Guna, me not quite agree with everything, but Guna, what me say?
No, man, that better did not agree, not man. Go on, Mr. Disagreement.
Ask a question. So you are saying it was done before the pass or whatever, and them are doing it now. Whisper here. So let me ask you now. When should the line be drawn?
When should the line be drawn as it relates to when you're putting a player?
No, when she began the drawn, for us to say,
Change up the system.
stop
Change up the
picking
system.
schoolboy footballers into the national team for development.
No.
No. Oh.
Yes.
So we must pick which part and draw the line.
No. Listen me, JD, no laugh, man. Hold on. No, if I was a person who was a coward, I would have tried to move it. I would have tried to say next year. I am saying the line should be drawn. No.
No. All right.
No. Yeah. So if you were, if I was a that person, me wouldn't give ammunition to shoot me with. Come on, man. This not that. So me feel like it's drawn. No. Yeah, the line for drawn. No. But I guarantee you. Hold on, my G. Hold on. Listen, my brother. We're applying honest and honesty and integrity to an organization that has not been known for honesty and integrity. For an organization that has been known for under the table corruption right across the board. And this is not me saying this. This is FIFA saying this, saying that JFF is corrupted, right? So let us be real now. We're not talking. You can't expect, say, listen me, a shark is a bad animal, in I see. But if you lift up a shark and put him in a tree, he become useless. He can't climb tree. So we're talking, we're not talking about, we're talking about doing the right thing, and it's all sounds good and nice because we're idealists and we want ideally this is what should happen. However, me guarantee you, say, if it was another player who had topped and was the biggest talked about player and whispered the flap in a schoolboy football, and there was another player in the national team.
Hold on. My time.
We must pick whisper now and draw the line. That may ask you.
Come again?
We must pick whisper now and then draw the line.
No.
Draw the line before pick
draw the line and call him same way.
Draw the line and call him.
Yeah, man, draw the line and call him same way. Because in my opinion, he's a special talent.
There's a player who play for Mannings in the Costa Cup. Him named Jhamarley Porter. Him scored 21 goals in the Costa Cup. The only reason why the whole I want to know about him is because the Costa Cup game no come on TV that often. Or Mannings game no come on TV that often. Him scored 21
Is he a better player? In your opinion, is he a better player than Whisper?
If we must pick him two, him scored 21 goals. We must pick him
no, we're not talking about two. We are talking about is he a better player than Whisper?
This funny thing, brother. You don't see him as much, you can't determine that.
Okay. I'm asking you, can you see him? Is he a better player than Whisper?
All right, hold on there.
In your opinion, at this point.
Hold on, Guna. Can I ask a question? Do you believe the quality of Money Cup defenders are top tier?
No.
So, Whisper dominating a bunch of not great defenders.
You only can play against who is in front of you. You only can dominate who's in front of you.
But hold on, Guna, man. Yeah, bridging, we reason. You just admit that the Money Cup doesn't have that much top quality defenders.
Right.
So if a player has some form of ability, he will dominate them, right?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
Because no ball have ability when I score the bungler goal then. No ball have ability, man.
But Brian, just give an example a while ago.
Yes, I have no problem with what him say. I no good with what him say, bro.
So why, Brian, I say, why not carry him too? You disagree with him too?
What do you mean by why not carry him too? Right? So why we go past Whisper and I go to the two?
Jesus PM. Right, Brian said, seeing that we are going to draw the line here so about carry Whisper. Brian, I say, why we not carry the brother?
Because in my opinion, I think so. In my opinion, based on what I've seen with my two eyeball them, I think so, Whisper is a special player, and we should call special players into the program. That's my opinion.
No, all right. I believe
I've not seen the player, so I cannot judge the player based on anything. Though. I'm just saying
we want to move on. We want to move on from that, so we wanted to conclude the conversation. We suppose we can conclude something without after done the show on one topic, because we had a whole heap of topic here, All right, so we wanted Jamaica gonna make him statement already, and he make it very clear. Him thinks a Whisper is special above. Not what because we all think he's special, but we thought that we have levels. Jahwan Wilson, does Colleen, may drop the number Colleen. May go start the panel right to start a fight because I don't want the conversation to go overboard. So does Colleen, all right? Just Colleen, my brother, because I can't hold nobody more upon it, all right? Because I try to get everybody conversation on. To kind of a draw note and that in a war. So let me just call people want to call in or just want to spend the 5 minutes. We have the rest of the panelists demand, so let me just work with who we have now. All right, yeah, and we just maximize it at 5 every single time. It can't pass 5. All right, yes. Cataract, can you turn off the camera? Come off the camera, please, because you show your robe. We don't want to see your clothes, brother. Yeah. Yes. Let me remove Cataract for now. When he's ready, he can come on. Yeah. So, anyways, so for me, I think he's a special player. In terms of what was maybe overall, but I can't determine it yet because that I saw him in the competition. I don't think it was the highest competition for me to say he can make that jump. What I saw from him, I said it's good enough for me to say definitely under 20. We will give him a push start. All right, so more than just say that he should come and try for the under 20. I would try my best to make sure he makes the under 20 team. And I never went so far, but I went that level. You understand me?
JD, all right.
Yes.
So let me go an extra mile now, JD. Just let me do one more point before it. But the point I'm trying to make is this: remember that this player went abroad and he played against some under 18s from in the UK, and he did well against them as well. So that we're not talking about only the Manning Cup. It's not only the Manning Cup, he just pop out of nowhere. I'm guaranteeing you, my bro, that if there was another player who was not affiliated with certain camp, and as me say, me make sure declare it again, I am not affiliated with that camp. Then me no know Mr. Butler, none at all. Me never meet him in life yet, none at all. Me just make him know say if he wasn't affiliated with that camp, but all of them things they wouldn't pop up. And the people that talk about this and talk about that. I am guaranteeing you, if there was another player, let's say the player where Mighty just mentioned a while ago, if that player went to England, played against other age group players at a younger age, dominate them, score a whole per goal. We see it on YouTube, so people can say lie them and tell them and make up story. And it's a sales pitch. Far back in our place, them say, in order to get into the side, you have to be playing Manning. Man, go play Manning Cup and dominate it. I know them invent beer rules and things to try and get out certain players because they don't want to vindicate what
okay, so that's where you think it is,
I think they have done it before, bro. I've seen them invent rules to keep out certain players. Point of argument, UK players. Them invent rules to keep out some of the UK young players and from
we know that, but that was the problem before.
We were all here when they were saying they were keeping a camp. And they said the camp is for local players only. And when you're looking at the camp, players flying from college and still there. So them invent rules on the fly. So we're not talking about you can't use a clean cloth and write dirty things and expect the cloth to remain clean. We're talking about an organization known to be corrupt and not to do things the right way. So we applying clean mindset to them. It not gonna work, bro.
Okay.
You understand me? So that's another point that I didn't really mention before, but we can mention that now because we said the ball go and excel against other players of his age group, even older than him actually at the time. And him excel against them and play well against them. So we're not saying that he's the greatest player ever to exist. We're talking about the Jamaican context. He's a good enough player that can play, at least bring him into the program and see what he looks like. Me not have a problem with that. If there was nobody who was gonna pick anybody like that, then
want to close this. So Jamaica, all I'm going. Jhavan Wilson come on. So we just make Jhavan Wilson so I said Jhavan Wilson just say what I say, my brother, because I told you to just call in on the line because I never wanted to put anybody else on the panel. I wanted it to stay at 5 people and 5 people only. All right. So just say what I said, big boss, and I'm gonna just close back the panel. All right. Yeah, because me hear in a chat, and me hear a complaint. So I want to hear what you have to say. So that's the way I said, Jhavan, very fast. So I can just move on with the program. All right. All right. So Jhavan Wilson not hearing me. So I have to. You have to just call in Jhavan Wilson, all right? Because I try to get information. So Jesse said, facts is information minus emotion. Opinion is information plus experience. Arrogance is opinion lacking information. Stupidity is opinion that ignores facts. Okay, well, yeah. You know, that's why we have to have the conversation to see where it leads. But at the end of the day, we just want to make sure we get something out there. Kay said, the fact that Whisper is a subject in all these conversations suggests that he warrants different treatment than the normal. I don't think so. You know, I think that's how we're trying to get to show you that Whisper should not get better treatment than the other guys. Them. It's just because we are trying to just talk about him only. You get me? But we had people on Whispers level or above Whispers level now under the age of 20. We just seems to don't want to talk about them. That's all I'm saying, and that's the way the conversation was actually going to. Why is it then, if we have 3 spots in the national team and we have 3 players that are playing in English Premier League and actually doing big business, and they are special players as well? Because I'm sure, I am 1,000,000,000% sure that if they go to the Manning Cup, they dominate the Manning Cup. I'm not asking, even left back playing strikers and scoring 50 goals just the same. So I'm asking, what are we doing now for those players? And that's why I wouldn't put him in the team. If it was him alone and we see him as a special compared to the Jamaican standard, of course, I would have given him the spot if we don't have no other players. But we have so much players now, it's hard for me to say that he would get over the others. No, you have a load of players would have got in. You get me? That's all I am trying to say from day one. I was not fighting the youth. I was just saying that we have other players now that most of the Jamaican people talks about Whisper don't know those other players, because when people come across, they come across like it's just Whisper alone exists. And the truth is, we have way better players at 19 years old, and they are not getting any talk about. So that's why I'm having this conversation. So it's not about the Whisper conversation, it's about the youth players conversation that we have. And I think it's a beautiful conversation so far. Guna giving him his point, and I understand where Guna going with it. No, I'm just saying at what point we give them the slate to start write something new. And I believe that the slate should be now. You understand me? That's all I'm going to say. Mr. Wilson, I said you should call in and you're not listening. Just like how you do in the chat, you're doing the same thing. Stop trying to destroy my show, my brother. That is the last time. If you do it again, I'm going to block you. Simple as that. Continue, guys. Sorry about that, because I'm trying to get the point across. I told the man to call in. He's doing some things in the comment section. I'm trying to give him every opportunity to say his piece, and he's been... Just stop it, man. Please. I said I want this amount of people on the channel. That's it. You're calling or not. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. But sometimes you have like people just try to get me angry every time I come out, and we are trying to have a good conversation towards helping Jamaican football and shine the light to the fans them. So, because remember, we need the fans, because fans will have to buy jerseys to support the cause. You understand me? So everybody is needed. That is true. But you have to hear from a man. Mighty, I try doing thing in a Jamaica and I get the information. You understand me? So we want to hear from him. You get me? I don't want a bagger man that's coming and say a bagger thing for the cause a bagger confusion. I want to hear people give logical reasons. That's all. So yeah, we have Mighty back again. We have Jamaican Guna. And we have Cataract here. We never heard from Cataract. What are you saying, Cataract? Because Mr. Speed smoked you again the other day, you know. So let me start here. Why is it everywhere, even a barbershop Jamaican Kuna, that man I get banned from? What is he doing so wrong, Jamaican Kuna, for make even a barbershop him get banned from?
Hold on. I'm sure you know how I answer that question, but
no, me ask you. Me ask you. He might go come in here, he might go tell you excuse, you know, because he might act like he never do the thing when a people report him. You understand me? And then everybody have to get penalized because of him.
The man unruly, brother. The man is just an unruly, brother, dog. That is right, dog.
Gona. Et tu, Brutus. My friend like Julius Caesar. Et tu, Brutus. Hey, Gona. Boy, man, I tell you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Massive Art Crew. And the mic can't smoke it. You understand? But I don't even want to spend a long time and report on this. You understand? But just to say that those things that man do, those are dangerous things to do to people. You understand?
Okay.
Because a man will live in Jamaica knows say, you know, really run them talk on a channel where I have millions of viewers to set up my life. But we're there same way. might think that on my belly. I might think that on my back. So you know it's a tall and a short broom, but everything is all right. Everybody did that in the day, right? Shabba that with a haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Shabba did that on the program today when my vehicle did break down. I'm gonna have to take an Uber from Mandeville. Come watch your thing. No, you cannot leave those pieces of equipment in an Uber, can you? Everything then I case. So why was it a problem to a Cavaliers coach? From months me I follow the team and months me I follow the team. And it was never a problem until one man come and make it a problem. No, I have been saying when you come on these programs, produce to us the technical report from the Under-20 World Cup qualifier. Because I said it to you in jest. It would seem that it's because Cataract was at the training session and the YouTuber them did a comment why the Jamaica Under-20 national team failed to qualify for the U20 World Cup. That would seem to be the finding. So I am respectfully asking for a summary or redacted, let me use a big word, version of that to be given to us fans so that we understand. Because if what I'm getting from you when you ask the question about the welcome to the players, right? That was what you asked. Why some players, what is being done to make players feel welcome? That was the question you asked.
Yes, because
I
think that is something that we're lacking, you know?
Right. And then the response by Mr. Speed was that you have people who come at the training with big gun palm belly and gun sling over them shoulder and a trouble. We had a rapport with every single player. Every single one of them. Local and overseas. Some men are more friendly, like Breadback. Others were more reserved, like Devante Campbell. But everybody have a respect. I pay out of my pocket $6,500 every day you see me come. Count that for 3 months. I count that for 1 month to take a COVID test to ensure that I did not infect any player. And we were there every day with my patty, my fritters, my porridge sometime. I will run joke. And at the end of the day, not one player was infected with COVID or was there a COVID outbreak. Which speak to the respect and responsibility of the YouTubers who were there. Everything they ask of us, we respect them. The coach said, don't film this, don't film that, we don't film it. Where it is that my right, 1 second, where is it as my right as a Jamaican is being infringed, which was the last playoff game against Harborview. When they tell me, I can't film the game, I ask them, why we could have filmed my game against Dunby Olden? Why we could have filmed my game against Arnett Garden and show the people them, right? And no, this last thing, you can't do that to me. All right. Them say them no want, the thing Harborview no want it. They say, all right, but I can commentate on the game. And we come to this agreement. Everything is an agreement come to. But if this is the way forward, I just want to say, I respect them, I respect because me not go up at you. Because I tell you, say, this under-17 team no win the World Cup, or a problem, boy. Because basically, you guys are saying that this method that you're doing, this modern way that you're doing, which I'm going to say publicly now, Mr. Speed, is hogwash, where fans are excluded from the training session of professional teams and national teams. It is not true. Teams have open training there and they have closed session training. And when they have closed door training, that's what it's called. Those are published so that the public know you can come in and watch your team. I support Leeds, and you can't tell me, so we never there Ellen Road and watch your team at train. You have your time when you come take your pictures with and get your jersey signed. You think a match day when you have 38,000 people, at them time they come sign jersey. You get your jersey signed when we never have selfie in them days, right? Because we have the big brick Motorola phone. We could have lick a player and we never do that. And I'm saying, fans do not have an interaction with players if they don't build a bond. That is where the bond is built. That is when man see in a Leeds city centre, man say, hey, send them man there a drink this song. Because them man they say what them call the firm or the ultras. You understand? That is where you have a bond.
Jamaica good, they want to come in. But me want Jamaica good go. But remember say something. This is gonna be where we are talking on the social interaction, because Cataract, you go England and you go foreign, and Jamaica good and majority of the man in panel go foreign. You know we are dealing with foreign people. Sometimes them now go come up in your face and tell us them have a problem. All right, so maybe it could still be a problem with you come and everyone knows say different.
That was the point I was gonna make.
Everybody knows say different, but and everybody show the same behavior of reaction, and you know you're there for a long time, Cataract. So maybe one of them feel threatened and actually reported it, but never really come to you and say it.
Hold on, Cataract. Hold on. Before you reply to him, hold on. Let me just put in this at the same point now. Now, Cataract, you this is something I was like a bonfire upon your wedding. Because you see you know things and you're going like you don't know to facilitate a narrative. Listen to me very carefully. It's a England is a no-gun place. It's not like America where people are familiar with people having guns about them. You can walk in Florida, you see a man walking a tall across him back.
Use one next word,
all right. You see a man walking a tall up across him back. So a man have a tall up and a man have a short up, right? That is okay in that environment. Within the environment of a training session, we have players coming in from England who are not familiar with seeing a man walking looking like that, with a tall up and a short up. We have to be careful of that. That's number one. So that can be threatening to a lot of people. Even in America, if New York State is a no, none of them something the state. And if you're going to New York State and you do like them something, it's a different situation than if you go to Texas and you see a person open carrying. So we have to put context into that, Cataract. And you know better, because you've been a man who live in England, so you're familiar with that very much. And you know how England people move. England people smile and then said the worst thing out of their mouth, right behind the smile. I saw them. Their thing is called a polite society. So you know that because you used to be there. So it's a country made up of double speak where people just talk one thing and mean another thing out of their mouth. So we know that. So that is number one. The number one point that I was trying to make. Second point that I was trying to make is when you mentioned that they didn't want to do the Arbor View, they didn't want to broadcast the Arbor View game. You cannot go there and dictate to the people them how they set their rules, right? They already set their rules like that. That is two. So I disagree with you on that one as well, because them set them rules and you have to just abide by it. The third thing which I agree with you upon now is them are come go on like people are dealing with open session and closed session. Everybody knows this because me watch a Barcelona training session already. You understand me? I said so nobody come tell me say, oh, this is not the normal. No, we go about a training session. We watch the ball of them play. And JD knows this too. When Bailey was playing in Belgium, he was playing at Genk. I went there to watch a practice match with Genk against another side. So them can't say nothing. No go say it's normal thing that is only in Jamaica. I don't know why them hide everything from people and I want the fans them know. And then again, I agree with you on the fourth point. I agree with you on the fourth point there. The integration of fans and the team is extremely important. It's part of why we went to the World Cup in 98, the only time we can celebrate that and say, 25 years ago. It is part of it because we had a fan base that was in full support of the team. They love the team, they follow the team, them drive behind the bus when the bus drive gas stadium, all of them vibes there. It was a vibe, it was an energy. We had a mascot, it was a vibe. So we have to integrate it. We can't separate the team over one part about this, and then the fan base over one part about this. And nobody does that, bro, because the fans that support the team. So you have to
hold on, Siobhan.
What we are trying to get this. We are trying to get this solution. So because we're not going to just talk on it, and because people are listening. Everybody listen to the program. So what? All on the cataract, because Warrock, because I'm a cataract even name Warrock. Because you can't see, but you love war. So Warrock you should name, not Cataract. Anyways, all I'm saying is what we can do for change this, Brian, what do you think we can do for change this? Like, oh, we can fix this.
JD, I'm gonna ask Brian, JD, I'm gonna ask you if I can just respond because something was put to you, but I hear you. But let's ask.
Yeah, maybe somebody on the phone. So you go ahead and answer, Cataract. But me I try to get this to a positive.
Including with a solution. So big brother, you know when you have a tall broom, the tall broom day and night it case, right? So it's not a open carry, brother. You understand? And we're going to bird bush and adjust that. Now the complaint came from a Cavaliers coach. It never came from a player. Which in the player them from England, I have a 5 of them, and I have everybody number that they, I think a one player, me never 2 players. I never have no input in them coming. A Dexter Lembekisi, because I did not know he was Jamaican, and Jamari Clark, because a Devonport I deal with that from the top to the bottom. I have nothing to do with it. So a man could say, man, compatible this, that. If that's the report, I would love, that's what I said, but I love to see the report. Because what you'd be saying is, and I understand what you said, baby, a man does, but suppose on the violin, suppose was my guitar in my case. Probably back. I don't know.
Or a tennis racket.
Right, but at the end of the day, yes, my case on my back. I mean, know what it is, and you know what is in it, and we know what is in it. I mean, it's not a man to play with. Yeah. And what I did not like, though, thing I must say, when we go to some place and trouble jump off in a place, so when we were in Honduras in 1997, and the Honduran, they were beating drums downstairs at the airport. I think it's Honduras or El Salvador, one or two of them. Captain Boyle asked if we go downstairs and disperse the thing. So, yeah, you can't just want the fans one time and then don't want the fans the other time. But in this case, what I'm saying to you, I'm agreeing with you, you have a direct relationship with the players. You build a bond. And that is how people love the team. You did say with a run behind the bus, a Jamaica team never land at one airport and at them one and God and breeze are out there. So out at airport it full. We drive behind the team, go a Pegasus. You remember those things, Jamaican Guna? Jhavier,
yeah. I was covering it at the time as a youth journalist.
Cataract. Last night, the show Ian coach they have last night. It go back to what Guna just said a while ago with the whole fan interaction, right?
Right.
Majority of the players, majority of the fans, them don't know them.
So who are going to buy them jersey? Who are going to buy the jersey?
Yeah, so that's the fact I say, like, as a Guna say, we don't know if it's a secret society, the JFF sign or something, but the need for fan interaction is basically none. As I said, the thing them with the weapon, me never agree with that. But again, as Jamaica will live on the type of person where you have to have your protection. So we can understand that. But
big brother,
like we need fan interaction because as I say, majority of we don't know the players and what they fan under 17 team. And while Jamaicans don't support what them don't know.
So Jhavier, because we don't want this is dominated by Warrock. All I'm saying is, what should happen then? Should we have a schedule? Like give information where to get it? Like, oh, all right, then the training sessions will be this, that, and that, and they print it out, and then people can get it with the dates and the times and when they can enter.
And you say when you have your closed door session. Go ahead, Jhavier. Sorry.
Yeah, but not only that in a JD. Simple stuff. All right. I remember, I think it was the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. No, which World Cup was Southgate's first World Cup?
I think it's
2018.
I think it's 2018. 2018, I think.
2018.
Yeah. All right.
2018.
I remember one of his interviews prior to the World Cup, what he said he wanted to do. That was the English media was always barred from the English camp itself during the World Cup. And it brought and it brought some from a distance between the fans. What he said that he wanted to have is a friendly culture, and you could see it. The English team, they became more open. Their YouTube channels during the whole course of a tournament, a national call up, friendly games, you would see stuff being done to interact with fans. They'd have jersey giveaways. They'd introduce the players them to everybody. So if a player gets called up to the team for the first time, they'll have an official interview with him for like a 10-minute interview. Not just a 1-minute interview with the player just done run and tired and want to stop breathe. They would have an official interview for make the fans them know exactly who the player is. Because majority of Jamaicans don't know who Nickyle Antonio is, you know, up to this day, you know. We can tell you that, you know. If you don't follow the real football fans, they don't know who Nickyle Antonio is. And that's a problem.
JD with Jhawan.
Okay. Okay, but
you asked for a solution, and I'm saying your solution is, first of all, the Jamaica Football Federation needs to have a working website. In that case, you can publish the training schedule. You can publish the friendly game. Me never know say a friendly game I play against Michael. Or the lodge I run. Whatever. And you can't say fans can't come on one friendly match. But you can say that this session is closed door. We respect it. As we said earlier on my channel, there's even up to the day before you can go watch Leeds. Simon confirmed the same with Manu. But there's a thing that says at training session start at 9 a.m. the day before. It ends at 12, right? Fans are there from 9, 10 a.m. Leave. At 10 a.m., everybody get up and cut. And then you come back 12 o'clock when the thing done and you wait for the dressing room.
That
is
additionally, I think you even make it sound like it harder than it actually is. You know that everything called press release, right?
Yeah, but
it's just something that you give the information to your press person, your PR agent, your public relations person, and then put them disperse that information, then send it to the email or the newspapers, them and so on and so forth. Similar when they're putting out a team thing. So you see if they have a session and they say, okay, we'll be having 5 sessions this week. One will be at Jewsland School. It will be an open session. One will be at Ray, starting from 4 to 5. It will be a closed session, so on and so forth. We have a morning session, an evening session. Them money operate like say. Then no one nobody know when the team are play. Then no one nobody come look for nothing. Then no one nobody see nothing. What is the big secret with going on with the Jamaica side? Well, why is it such a big secret? It's a national team. Why is the national team that doesn't want to include the nation in it?
But that's what Jamaica Guna. That's all I'm trying to say now. You know, to be honest, when I'm talking about Jamaica as a whole, like Jamaica or society, I think that's how we hack, you know. So I'm just asking, how can we change that? Because that's what I know Jamaica is, you know, more of the we always try. We believe that if we say things, we are more powerful.
JD, this was before we used to have. Listen, to me. Was Nickyle Antonio officially welcome to Jamaica?
No, and he was clearly upset because you heard him say it in the line.
Officially welcome to Jamaica. How much does it cost the JFF to put together to put out an email in the morning saying that Nickyle Antonio will arrive this evening at 6 p.m. and we will have a press conference welcoming to the country at 8 p.m. tonight. And put out that in the morning so that the Gleaner, the Observer, and all these newspapers can put out that information there if they wish.
But Guna, what about
how hard is that? It's just an email, bro.
But Guna, let me be honest. And I want Brian, Mighty, and everybody get involved in this one. Let me be honest. What part of our life we behave like that, like Jamaicans and all, like our behavior. I've never known ourselves as being, we were welcoming, but we were not the same as over like England and America, like the way we contextualize things. I've never seen it. So I never expected it. That's why I asked him, when are we going to put in those things? Because it was never there.
But
JD, that's all I'm asking.
Hold on, one second, go there. JD, that means when I come on your program this time, I tell you, say, there is an official press room at the airport where heads of state, dignitaries, VIPs, there's a room and there's a press area where the minister comes to take pictures. It's nice, it's pretty, it have Jamaican painting, everything. Shelley and Fraser Price, Ilian Thompson Hira, they don't come to the airport without the media room being prepared, the minister invited, and various protocol, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs protocol officer. Brian, they are Jamaican. You know them something about, man.
Yeah, but I know that as well. I know that one.
So
but
the
that's
press
not what Jamaica
conference
going to
don't
talk
have to be, the press conference don't have to be at 8 o'clock. The public need to know the flight landing at 4 o'clock. On the day out at the airport, you know, flag and on the vuvuzela and welcome the man. They know at Jamaica they come represent. Right?
If I even pay some people, you don't have to pay.
Whenever they get paid in 97, 96.
No, but Kataraka, no, but just have make a point for sure. Say yo, make the man them feel welcome.
But the problem was, you never even know if the man them are gonna make the flight because you never pay for the man them flight or not give the man them a ticket since you want to speak out. We never pay for. And Mikel Antonio take out him black card and pay for everybody if he fly. We don't remember that?
Well, Mr. Speed had said that already to a live program, so I don't think they tried to hide it.
No, I'm
because
not saying they're trying to hide it. I'm saying to you don't know if the player them are gonna lift up and reach because you don't make no arrangements for them. The under 20 players is some YouTuber. Me never get involved in that, you know. Put together them little money. Everybody throw up some little super chat. Some people donate and all kind of thing. And pay for the ticket for them and them. You don't think the players would feel welcome if they came to the airport and there was a proper contingent of real Jamaican fans out there with in our yellow, our flags, and they came and they waited in the protocol area. They have to fight with everybody like Cataract in the luggage, the customs hall.
Cataract. You're living in a dream world, bro.
You're right.
How that work?
You're right.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Sharon. So people listening. We have to deal with that. People listening. So
I was on Mountain View the other day. Mountain View Avenue, Medepan, West Stadium, Depan. When Jamaica played a match, I was on Mountain View Avenue when Jamaica played a match. With the down the road from where the match I play. And nobody never knows how the match I play. That's on Mountain View Avenue, West Stadium there. And nobody knows how much I keep a stadium. So there's a clear disconnect between Jamaica Football Federation and the people them who they want support from. That is why when we go at the match, you know much free people coming at the match? What they when we do at the match? Me pull up at the match with some of my dog them and we do at the match. A easy thing. No line there if you get no ticket. We just walk go get my ticket. Good. Buy the dog them go get the ticket. Walk come. Nobody in the line there. Easy for going. No problem at all. Because the match will full up. One time was chaos. When you go buy a Jamaica ticket, a problem because be people bungle up and try to get ticket for going to the match. There's not that enthusiasm, and we're talking about the latter stages of the World Cup campaign.
So Jamaica, what would you introduce?
So we're calling that them need to fix that.
One at a time, man. So Jamaican Guna, or you being in the industry of making people know people, what would you do now? Because obviously they are listening and they want to listen. So what would you do now to draw the Jamaican people? Cataract, make Jamaican Guna.
It's a simple solution. It's a simple solution. It's easy, but they don't. I don't think they want to do. Listen, there's a thing. I'm a person who can use a thing called Mad Meme. I'm not an expert on nothing. So you have a look at something in Mad Meme where you can set out newsletters, right? You don't even have to use that, but just say you have Mad Meme where you can send out newsletters to the relevant listed email addresses for all of the media houses in Jamaica, right? That it takes moments to construct. Get one little girl from college, put her in a little room, bro. Me administer a recording studio, and we get a girl for us come in, and she's working remotely, yeah. She forward in remotely, and she did do her thing remotely, and she go school, and she communicate with us via Zoom or whatever it may be, and we can do anything similar. and she their school same way. Bro, these man make it look like it's super hard, bro. It's simple. It's just they don't want to do it. They can integrate the people and by let's say for instance, getting some people who do cheerleading from let's say the high schools them. Get them into get the high schools integrated in the national team. It's not that far. 20-year-old kids, 17-year-old kids, 16-year-old kids, get them integrated to the national program. Get them integrated to the players, them print out the last starting 11 and put it on some book and send it go to my school them so the people them can familiarize with them. Get some almanac with the ball of them pan it. These are things we can done in our 2023. We just start 2023. Make some almanac with the Jamaican ball of them. Give them a little profile on each page. Let's say we're gonna pick 12 footballers who play in the last World Cup match. And you put that and you get the people them familiarized. So you get the footballers them in the people's homes. If Zip FM can make an almanac, if Brian Never can make an almanac, you tell me say JFF can make an almanac?
No, that's what we're asking. We just want to hear from you, and then we can hear from Cataract and everybody.
Get the players in people's homes, you know. Get the players on the books, then make some exercise book and give it to some of my kids, them. Some JFF exercise book and give it to my kids, them, and put the starting 11 on the front page, right? That is one way to get the new generation believing back in the national team. That is one way. Profile the players them. Get the players them profile so everybody know the players them. Profile the players them. When at night time, profile a player. Tell TVG and CVM, hey, we're gonna buy a slot for every night time on the profile a player. Hey, we have Romain who was one cap for Jamaica and he plays for such and such club and he scored such and such amount of goals and such an assist and Ray. Those are things where you can add it. That's 5 minutes, man. Let's get that a 5 minute slot like in the sports segment. Profile the players them to get the players them familiar with the people them who watch sports. Profile the players them so that the players them can get familiar with the kids them, the 18-year-olds them and the kids them at the colleges them. These are things which are inexpensive and which are effective in integrating the newer generation of people with the players them. When you're putting up your profile on your JFF account as well, the same thing too. Get yourself into where the people are, where the town is. That is where you got to put yourself. So anyway, you see the people them there, they say you have to go. If you realize that the people them there on YouTube, get a JFF channel and put up some little videos with your phone. You can shoot a video with your phone and upload it on YouTube, bro. Where's the JFF channel that is talking about the new generation of players that are coming into the squad and interviewing them and talking to them and letting people familiar with them? Them separate themselves too far from the fan base, bro. And the fan base, as Cataract just mentioned a while ago, fan base are who are gonna buy the shirts, who are gonna support, who you want to come at the place, come crowd it up. The same thing what Cataract just mentioned, do at the airport, who are gonna come at the airport and nobody know say ball them are come in. We don't know which flight them are coming in pan. We don't know which day them are forward in. We don't know all of them information there. Then put it at the back of the Gleaner, and then put it at the back of the Star, and at the back of the Observer, and that is it. But what about people who don't read newspaper? Because most of the town is not at the newspaper. Them they're on Instagram, bro. So let's go on Instagram, let's go on TikTok, let's go on YouTube where the people at. Go where if you want to get to the people, go to the people. Find where them there. Where the over one big old open land attack to people and nobody over there, and the people them over the club party. And you the over the open land attack. Or you expect to people hear your message where you attack.
So go now.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well said, Guna.
Well said. I want to amplify a point. I want to respond. I don't think Guna is criticizing. If liquor sound like Cataract, we can have 100 almanac what we give out in a Sandy Park, which is our base, where this song base. With one like a hot girl on it, and you know, for the community and whatever. So that every year in the year now, when everybody go out, them feel a part of the sound. All them want a one, what they call blast, and they put it up on their status. Because that's where people get information now. You have to be nimble and quick. So it's not criticizing. It's 2023. When are you going to make the Reggae Boys almanac? When? In June? Everybody have almanac now. So from the first day that you came in the job, you should have said, all right, this is the easy, what they call a low-hanging fruit in management. You just pick that, you put on the almanac. Everybody here's a Reggae Boys almanac. Yeah, you must have the picture of them at the baller or a match or whatever. I agree 1000%. So it's not about being critical. It's about putting the ideas there. Now, for me, JD, they and I've seen them starting to come on the programs. So it has taken a while for them to respect the YouTubers as legitimate new media sources and personalities, right? If you think it's a joke, and maybe someone don't like or whatever, I pretty done all heap of people get their information from and their news from, you know. They don't watch TVJ, they don't read the Gleaner, they don't read the Observer. Most of the young people spend them time online at YouTube because they might listen music, because the music banner for the radio. So them dep on YouTube and listen to Chopper song them, and the Obia song them, the Guzu song them. So it's easy now when something pop up in them feed, them click on that. So YouTube is a massive place to get the information out.
Social media in general, Keter, not just YouTube.
No man. May I tell you about what I know about? Remember say younger than me, right? Well, what I also say is when the under-20s came, and these are some missteps that I see carried over again, right? And I want to go talk about one, but I don't want to be controversial my way to the end. Those under-20 players, if I had a recommendation of people who are listening or anything we say, they should have gone on a school tour. When the camp break on a Friday, them should have drive go to one school, All Harbour High, St. Mary High. Let the little people, give out some replica jersey. Donate some football to the school. Donate a football boots to one of the players or something like that. Those are the activities that you do that's called public relations. Them could have go on a school tour every Friday. Instead, the youth them have to go on Mobile and get stranded at Mobile.
All right, JD.
So
the interview that you had.
Let me make this one point that you comment about. So that's another thing that you can do. The overseas based players, people will see, touch, feel them, and you can't go to every school, you know. But remember that the media will come and cover those events, and when people see them, they're not in a straight jacket. They are seen as part of Jamaica, right? When Mr. Speed, I tell you, it's long time the player them buy house in Jamaica. Why you couldn't come out and call the youth name? I one overseas player come from Portland and Anthony Grant. Right? Why you couldn't say, man, I set up a thing over there? So people could have known, so them youth, they are real youth. The players are not fake, brother. It's the opportunity has not been given for them to ingrain themselves in our society. Each way and one way. And I would break here, sir, because I want to discuss the other mistakes that were made. Things like this impasse between Mr. Butler and the JFF, the under-20 camp, Whisper and the centre back, I keep forgetting his name, Dovey, magically just disappear from the camp and from contention. I don't know if it's Mr. Butler, I don't know if it's the coach. And I am hearing that it's reoccurring again in the under-17. I saw Dante Peralta in a one lineup, did not see him again. And I heard that there are a couple other players.
But Cataract, we want Cataract.
Go ahead.
Cataract, you're not hearing. We want to bring in Brian Mighty as well in this conversation because we only have an hour left. We're 2.5 hours to stop. Guys, what we have to ask you guys, hit the like button, guys. We have 2.5 hours and we don't even reach 100 likes in the video. That is extremely disrespectful. So it's free to hit the like button. Now, one thing I guarantee you're going to get actual conversation. So if you don't want to support the conversation and you want to support the madness, then you're going to continue of the madness living because it's the clicks on the video actually helps the video. All right. Yes. Massive respect everyone that came in. It's just because a lot of people on the panel, we have to make sure them get their talking time. So that's why I don't focus on the chat so much. But you normally know that's what I do. Yeah. Come in, Brian Mighty and Team Cataract. Yeah. All right. Oh, you're busy again, Brian? Okay.
No, I'm there, man.
Okay, yeah, man. Because Cataract just brought up a point that I know it's going to take off to a different level. And I know you have your talking points on it.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, when I say Brian, man, but I say Team Cataract, you know, come now on them.
No.
We don't want them ban me.
Right, sorry.
We don't want them ban me. Yo, we don't want to become much money, but we can't eat, brother.
Big up a real team Cataract, man. No man can't tell you say you can't come in that match. And no man can't tell team Cataract, man, they can't come in that match. I'm telling you. Them
But
thing have
on a serious-
movement before them Monday. Before for them time.
But a serious
Respect it.
note still.
Yeah, man, come true.
But a serious note. You know what I'm gonna say still? My thing say the truth about it is we don't always agree with everybody for everything what them say, but I think there's a place for everybody for be free to voice an opinion and share them views and it not be held against them, you know. Me think that when you're in a national organization, I think that those things should be beneath you, where if a man have a different view, you kind of blacklist them or hold against them, or you know. I think say me not say you can't do that, but when you represent the country in terms of them thing there, yeah, me not think so that should have been allowed. I think say yeah, that's a personal thing, but I agree with the points that were made regarding how we can get the players them to interact more with the fan base and thing, because the truth is, you know, the federation always asks for money, asks for help, asks for support and things. So I think when you're asking for something, you also have to meet the people where you ask halfway. Now, if you say you sell jersey and you want people to buy a jersey, is it that you want a man to just go buy a blank jersey, or you want him to buy a jersey with a player name? Now, a lot of persons in Jamaica won't get to go to England and watch a Premier League game live to meet the players, or in a Europe or wherever the place is. So one way how you can get them to meet their favorite stars is when them come to the national stadium or when them come play for Jamaica. Now, it's all a matter of the logistics of how it works out, but there can be a way where the players them can go about, meet the fans, meet the people, interact with them. I mean, get a better feel. I will always people always curse say the players them not really love Jamaica and thing, and some of them not come from here. But when them come here, we don't do a very good job at giving them a chance to know here either. When them come, they meet up a Marriott, they meet up a stadium, some of them meet up a Westboro Center, and whatever the case is. Even the last time when under-20 was going on, I think there was a time when at the camp break, and I saw on social media where some of the players them had to go book hotel down in the North Coast and stuff like that. I mean, as a federation, I think them could have a better job. I mean, a lot of hotels here, them could have linked up to the hotel them and say, yo, have them U10 of them come to try play for Jamaica. Whatever the case is, me ask them to put them up for a weekend or for a few days, or plan some trip or something, man. Get a bus, them a federation of bus. The local base players, them allow them to go out together and band. Whole heap of place in the Black River Safari, Donhue, whole heap of place in Jamaica where them could have bring the players them go. And them think they could have helped with the chemistry and the band, and even allow the overseas players who don't come here as much to develop a greater love and appreciation for the country. So I don't think the federation has done a lot in that regard, where them allow the players them to experience Jamaica. Because yeah, man travel come here for international break, or him come to under-20 camp, him reach, him train, him done train him up there. So how much people go Westboro Center? How much people can really go up there though? How many people are going to really go up a Huey though? I'm to the man down at Westmoreland and down Far East and in place there. Bath Fountain. We have enough attraction where and it wouldn't cost a lot, because the most it would have cost are just transportation. You get me? I say, but me know if you approach a company and say, hey, we have a little trip, you know, we're gonna bring the players them, whatever. Make them come and meet the staff and go around. I mean, just some engagement where and also the players them get to meet the fans get to know them, people get to understand each other better, and then they develop a love there. You get me? I say, so I agree with Cataract and Goon and the other persons them where I say, oh, the man them not do enough to ensure the players them are more known by the fans and them thing they see it. So that I mean. They're gonna chime in on the point that Cataract bring up. More say something on the point.
Yeah, man, and we need to touch those points because we heard yesterday. Someone texted me. Then I had to come back on the internet to check to hear what's going on when they were saying that for the under-17s, Mr. Butler got his chance now to get a plethora of personnel in the team around the 8 out of 35 or something, or maybe around the first 50 or so. When they cut the squad to 35, if I'm not wrong. But I think it's around 35, and then after they will cut it to 20 because 20 should be that much.
Yeah, I think
so 35. So 35, it's at now. So it cuts to a 4-player. That's what I've heard. 4 players is there. We can confirm those points here. We just don't know the next side coming from Mr.
Yeah, man, there were 8 players.
Right?
When the initial
I know it's 4.
When the initial thing went out, there were 8 players there who were affiliated with
Mr. Butler. I know it's 4. It's 4, and out of that 4 that left, 1 of those guys were a popular player that people knew. But when I heard the uproar, so they're saying that based off him not being there, so Mr. Butler allegedly put on a match on the same time and kind of turned the guys them head from not representing representing the national team at the program.
But JD, not all of them. So out of the 4 players, it is being said or alleged that
2 out of the 4.
2 of them live with him. They are saying that people are saying 2 of them live with him. Now the other 2, one go to JC and one go to Wolmer's, they were at the camp, Incidentally, the last time they had the under 15 thing, he had a trip overseas, and those 2 players never went. That same trip when Whisper scored with a goal them. Those 2 were supposed to go on that trip, and they didn't go on the trip. They chose to play the under 15.
For the under 15. Oh, okay, yes. Okay.
So even though the truth is, even though those players are a part of his academy, they will do whatever their parents say.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So hopefully you guys get the context now. We want to speak on it. Like the players them that got cut. We saw the defender. The defender was one of them that got cut. In the Manning Cup, Brian, and a lot of people on the stream saying that guy ain't playing that good, so I am surprised. But I'm surprised that people complain like they want to break the back, because really and truly, I saw him played and he was not one of the better players, them, to be honest. So if the other personnel, then the talent identifiers saw that he was not the better out of the rest of the defenders, them, why is it we cannot just look at the actual facts out there and say it's possible because we saw it ourselves and he was not up to that the highest echelon that he could not be cut. He's not a Whisper or a Donhue Mitchell that was actually scoring and defending as well. He was below those. So what happened if the other guys them are a little bit above and he never made the cut? Is that a right way to approach things if that's the situation? So we want to just make sure we chop it up in that time. We have Jamaican Guna, Brian Mighty, Team Cataract, and Chevron. So Brian, you say you want to chop it up. What are your say on that? Let me let you start it because you know the situation a little bit more than me.
Well, the truth is, if what is being alleged is indeed correct, then I don't agree with that none at all. I think that is just petty. Also, if it is all right, you see the first time when the situation came out and people were saying there are 8 players affiliated with his academy, a lot of persons were saying him should complain now because him get 8 players, and there was a time when other persons got 8 or 7 or 6. He would have complained and say a friend thing, and they might try to play them to develop or to sell and whatever the case is. Now, if you are saying that you love Jamaica and you are always saying, boy, you want to love Jamaica, you want to help them to develop and thing, there's no way that you should put some 15 and 16-year-olds in a position of choosing between them academy and representing them country. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that because I hear the thing now. In the past, he said that players from his academy were blocked because they were affiliated with his academy. He said that, him said the people them wicked, them corrupt, them black the player them because them play team academy. Now, in the same breath, he now is allegedly blocking players from playing for the country because them don't pick a player who him think should play. And it's merely on the premise that him think the player should be in the team. You get me, I say? So what I say is, if that is the case, him wrong, Regine, him totally wrong. But the further to that though is, the other two players that are at the camp, the truth is him cannot tell them not to go to the camp. Him does not have control over them. But people are saying that the other two players, they live with him and he's their guardian or something to that effect. So if it is that him have a game, let's just say he has a game to play where him says scout to come look on him play them. Because I don't know which better way it is to have scout look at the players in a practice game or playing for the national 17 team. I would have liked if the team say, yes, and a better chance if you're playing them play CONCACAF World Cup qualifying than practice match down at Manchester or wherever the match are played. But if he's saying that he have a game, let's say he had planned this game from before, then why take out of you now as an agent? Message your coach or whoever it is and say, hey, I have already planned this trial game or whatever. These persons are coming to look at my players. They will come to the camp after the game. What is wrong with that?
Nothing. It's just it's comes from respect to respect. So we want to bring in Jamaica Guna. Have anything to say on this fast so we can bring in Team Cataract? But Team Cataract, look at he's ready. But Jamaica Guna, let me hear what you have to say because remember, Team Cataract. All right. So Cataract, go before Jamaica Guna. But before we go, Pagan, massive respect for the membership, guys. You can become a member to the channel if you like what we're doing and we know we put out our workness to improve every single time. So all of the donations go towards improving the channel every single time. Brian Jane, massive respect. He said, is Butler saying all or none? We're going to talk about that right after. Let me bring in Cataract first, and then we get Jamaica and Guna take on this because I know Jamaica and Guna is have respect for Mr. Butler, so I want to hear when he
everything. Yeah, man. Me so proud of him, man. If him forget the fire belt, we'll cross the mid side.
Yes, so we want to see if you're biased today because we have to wheel the fire belt across the inside as well.
I wheel the fire belt unrelentlessly. Trust me. So the fire belt shall be wielded if it is needed. If it is necessary.
And we want to go back to Brian Mighty's point, because we just talked about control and certain things, because I'm gonna save my part for last, All right. Team Cataract, Team Warrock, change the name, Warrock. Warrock, you're muted, man. Why not unmute your mic, big man? Okay, it's unmuted now.
It's unmuted now. Right. So JD, I don't have intimate knowledge of these things, except I know firsthand what happened in the under 20 camp. But Brian, wouldn't it be even in more national interest to say, look here, under 17 coach, I have a game planned for January 2 in Manchester and their scouts. Why don't you bring the under 17 team that have 8 of my players and run out the team? Yeah, you understand? Because people started doing things in national development, right? But you have to make my players play because this is my thing. No problem with that.
Or play a game against them, because them play against Michael University.
Right. And that would be an even higher level game. But I don't. The big man dynamics have to be dealt with, and we have to address those. But I think there's a more fundamental point that two bodies within the sport cannot seem to meet. The minds can't meet, and they say that where elephants fight is the grass that get trampled, right? And I think that the kids get trampled in this. But I don't think this is a really... So I would like to see that impasse dealt with. Maybe there are professional mediators, that somebody come in and mediate maybe the former office of the political ombudsman, the public defender. Those are some mediator. Come and mediate between Mr. Speed and Mr. Butler and sort out the differences. Right? Sort out the midget matters. No, over 6 foot tall. Right? And do what is best for Jamaica and our football. Right? And the federation can be in conflict with everybody, so it have to live good. And I didn't want to stray from the thing that you said with the fans, Brian. If at a match, for example, you have one lucky fan would win for have a dinner with for Wolong and dinner at little Ochi, go eat a fish go eat a swim around with Nickyle Antonio or eat Pinnock. Those little what they call those little attractions are what you do if you know about it. So I just think that Jhavier don't know these things. When you keep dancing, have giveaways, don't. Best hairstyle, fanciest outfit. Top spenders, top sheller. In the end of the day, they understand our culture of marketing. But JD, I got the fire bell come in and we speak about the fact that I want to go on there background, brother. It's all like they want to take your space. The under 17 professional players in the United Kingdom. I'd like you to have a segment just regarding that and what has transpired and what can be done now, if anything. But
all right,
fireman.
Yeah, all right. So Cataract, I agree with a lot of what you're saying and where Mighty said just now. This is what me I say on the tune now. You see, I said it earlier on in the program. We are applying clean and uncorrupted thoughts and to people who have not demonstrated that as yet. There are new people coming in, and we have to give these new people a chance, in all honesty, to see what they are made of. But but I feel like say you're gonna jump on the boat as the new captain when the boat are sink, and then people are gonna believe that the boat not sink. You have to prove to us that the boat not sink. So it's on them now to prove. Say, hey, listen, we're trying to root out some of the corruption that are trying to clean up the image that we have had. Lingering over our head like one big dark cloud for years, years. No, I disagree with your Cataract when I think that they do not know. I think they know. I think they know we're all Jamaicans, we're part of the same culture. Even if you're a Jamaican that born in America, or you're a Jamaican that born in England or Canada or wherever you're born as a Jamaican, you grew up in a Jamaican household, we share the same culture, even though we might not be born in the same country, but we have the same culture. We talk the same way, we have things which we consider moral high and moral lows. We are the same culture, we're culturally the same people. So them know what going on. And a spaceman we are talking about on an alien from Mars, we don't know how Jamaican culture operate. Them man, you know exactly how it works in terms of the giveaways or in terms of what. The thing is that they're a corrupted organization and they need to clean that image there. That is one. Number two is that them know what's going on and them choose not to do it because some man want to know so them now want to use that money they allocate out a little piece of food over there so to do a little maths. When them can tuck that on them, tuck that in a little corner and book a room or book one Airbnb and go spell off him and them friend them. You understand what I say? Mm-hmm. So, enough of the people, enough of the man, them now do certain things because simply put, it gonna take money, and enough of them want to hide with the money, so them can. It's like sometimes you see some site I go up and you hear them say, "Oh, we need 5 million blocks," when the building don't gonna take 1 million block. So them order that and put that on the bill, and then them work out a thing with the hardware man. Them go buy 1 million block, and them give to one thing with a 5 million block. Them buy them give the man a little piece of food over one part and everything. But and yeah, we're talking about corruption, bro. We're operating within that. Within that, you take a put on a nice beautiful white suit. You chuck in a one big dirty pool. Your suit are gonna get dirty. You see me? I said to you, bro. So we can't be thinking like, oh, we're gonna. These are what we expect, bro. We're right to expect all of us on here. We want the best for Jamaica football. We have the right to expect the best, but we're not gonna get the best because until these guys clean up them have, we have just, me personally, I'm gonna always be looking at them through that lens. Me now look on them through the brown rose-colored lens, bro. Me I look through them and crack up dirty lens, brother. Because that is the lens that they gave us to wear for years, man, for years. From your ear ballers, from Ricardo Fuller, the whole of the ball of them coming up the line. There's the same thing coming straight up the line with them and them do some look of foolishness and reach last minute now, you see them start change. So hopefully we can hope, but hope the upper product there. So we can hope. Right. We are sitting here and thinking, say, we want to see changes. Because what you know, let me let's touch this point here, JD. With as it relates to Mr. Butler and the shenanigans, brother, everybody know that. We know this. He's a brother where he's not the most likable person. See? Because if we look at him likability, nobody not even look at him. He's a very unlikable person based on how him put himself across. And I think he knows that. So even when he mean good, he put himself in a cross where rub people the wrong way all the time. I don't know what's going on in the politics with them team with JF. But all I'm saying is that in more time, he have to build more time too. You see it? More time have to move himself out of the way because it's not all about him. You know what I mean? You have to push in the players them if needs be too. And just take out yourself out of the equation if needs be too. You understand? It's not all about proving everybody and proving this and proving that. More time you have to build that. You know what I mean? So that is that. If I was to say that to him, if I was to see him face to face, that's the message I would say to him. More time you have to build, bro. And all the while it's about proving thing, bro. If you say ants, you have to use the hammer to kill the ants when you can't use a finger, bro. So that everything, you them say there's a thing that say them say honey catch people faster than vinegar, something like that. There's a little saying that goes something to that effect. So at that me I try more time you have to just go easy, bro. You see me? And just deal with it, make the youth them go through that because we don't want to lose some talent, some great talent that might be coming through his system simply because of him. You know what I mean? You want youth them can get the opportunity to go there. And we know that some little spiting thing I want because it's clear to everybody. It's clear. Whenever he's involved in anything with relation to the JFF, a new rule pops up. Now we're hearing about professional players. A professional player is not just a player who operates professional. Profession means that you take it as a professional. This is your job now. You know, do nothing else, this is your job. So a professional player, if you're gonna say only professional players in the under 20, we're talking about players who are employed by a club and are getting paid by that club. So that will exclude all academy players. All academy players, including the one where they are in.
Yeah, but Jamaica Good, I wanted you to clear up something here because look, the situation at hand at this point, them put his players in the team, and some of his players never get picked. You understand me? So, and those players that he's talking about are the greatest players. We saw them played, and they're not better than the other guys that's there. The other guys that's there are some of the best players in the Manning Cup, just like Whisper, if not up there with Whisper, the same. Yeah. So, if they never,
so what's the deal? He wants to pull out his players because all of them didn't get selected.
Yeah, like main one never gets selected out of it, and because him said I wanted to be as good as everybody else. But I saw the kid, and I think the other guys.
That's not the coach him for Bill, bro. No man, more time. That's what I just said a while ago. I just answered the question. More time the dog for Bill.
Yeah, because the stats player was on the best player in the Manning Cup.
All the while it's about you. You know, win the World Cup, bro. And all the while it's about you, bro. More time for Bill, bro. More time, Mr. Butler for just go easy, man. And all the while ignorance deal. As a man, we have ignorance issues by myself, bro. Trust me, we can't do that. More time, dog, you have to build that. You know what I mean? You have to just build. So that is my message to him, as he said. So that not change.
Yeah, but
the under 20 thing where you were mentioned earlier, I didn't get to address it. And yet they talk about only professional players. Professional players are players that get paid. And they have that as their profession. Mean that them are the academy players. And no, even if you are at Aston Villa Academy, you're not a professional player until you sign a professional contract and you're getting paid. It can be even $1,000 a week or £2,000 pounds or whatever the currency may be. Yes. You are getting paid. That is a professional player. And you don't do nothing else. You get up in the morning, you deal with football. You get up in the night, you are football.
Yes.
That's a professional player. That's all they do. So if you're saying that you want it from the 20 players and moving forward, then we now can't call no college player.
Yeah, we can't call a college player, but
we not call no JPL player, because JPL is not a professional league. JPL is a semi-professional.
But Jamaican Guna, let me just give you some information before we go further. The guys that they called the last time in the under 20s, almost all of them that came from England, they're on contracts. Even though it's not the main contract of the Premier League, they're on contracts, and they do get a slight
That's
pay.
true.
Not the biggest pay, but a slight pay. Because remember, right after that first pay that they're gonna get, they're gonna move on to the minimum of the first leagues, which is the lowest you can pay the players them if you don't see them as the extreme developed players at the start.
Remember, so the whole of them youth are forward, you know, the little
Yeah,
Roberts
them
from
may get paid. Yeah,
well,
all
they
them. Yes, so they would have been eligible, and so you still can find players that you could pick, which are
right.
professional
But,
players.
but you're basically saying that if you're gonna go for professional players, JD, you're totally eliminating every single player from the Premier League, the local Premier League.
No, but the local Premier League, no, Jamaica Guna. Your background make a very nice big boss. Start
Sorry,
it out.
no background.
But me don't know why. Then jump off. You have the link. You have the link directly. Let me get the link and send it to you.
No, my background, bro. So I'm gonna jump off and jump on back.
Yeah, but you have the link. You have the link.
Yeah, send me about the link for WhatsApp.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, yeah. So Jamaican gonna jump off. We're gonna send him a link. But all I'm saying to you guys, we have to listen well. You know, the reason why the rule, Mr. Butler said, Mr. Speed said that if they have invented that one or it came into play, is because they're trying to get the JPL fully professional, and that's why they are not giving into the players them wanting to play and not want to sign a full contract outside the 5 designated players that can play in the team each time. That's why they're standing up on it, because it's not a JFF rule. It's actually a rule coming from. It's actually a rule coming from. The CONCACAF and FIFA. So that's why. So that's what we were saying, you know. So they are trying to upgrade to a professional. So all we have to do, we have to just give them the chance too. And that means that we can't fight about the things them like, oh, we need more Chapelton Maroons players in the team like that, because they can't reach there if you want 2 things. You can't want professional, and you can't want professional leagues, and then you can't want the players them to be there at the same time. And they don't want to sign. They want to do things their own way. You understand me? So it's very tough when players want to do things their own way, and our people in Jamaica, I think, is the biggest problem, because we always want things to go our own way, and then we have outside entities as to rely on, because FIFA say this can't work that way. You have to get the players them to commit to certain things. Then the players them don't want to commit, want to body up. Then the entire rule that you set that FIFA have to work with can't really fully put in place. Then after, you want professional league from JFF. So then work out that. I think that makes no logical sense. The player them either just don't play and play Manning Cup, and are just sign the damn contract and make life easier. You get me? You need to do something at certain time. You need to get all accountable, and that's why people sell so much wrongful propaganda, because they don't want the truth to be out there, because they don't want to face the consequences, and that's why I don't respect. Yes, Cataract and me spoke on this, and obviously we could have done it in different ways, but really and truly, man, majority of the other states that I've checked, I saw the same rules there. You know, Cataract. It's actually the same rule in this region. It's actually a similar rule in the region. That's why all of the players that we know from Costa Rica had to do the same thing. They had to do the same thing in order to play in the league. You get me? Because I've checked them. I went around and researched it. So if it's a region rule just to improve the quality for people to take football serious, why should we just make a bag of youths just because they want to do what they want to do, and then bring down the country? We need to figure our ways. We need to stop that give everybody what they want for make it just go good. If we want a professional league, as what Jamaica Guna says, none of them can. Them shouldn't even have 5 spot without non-contract people. Nobody enough to play without a contract.
Yeah.
All of them play with a contract. All of them. You sign a contract and go on with your business. Yeah, Jamaican Guna.
Am I better? My audio is better?
Yeah, man. Your audio perfect, man. Perfect.
All right.
Yeah, man. Them sign a contract or them go on with them business, man. It shouldn't even be 5. It should be 0. Because you have to take football serious if you want to have a professional league. You get me? JD, them and all of them guys, they sign professional contract from 17.
JD, if you ever sign up a contract with a JPL team, The JPL is not a professional league as yet.
But Jamaica will just tell you, adapt them and try do. No, forget it, transfer, but you need to instill
Or they might
these
try to
laws
get
and
the
rules.
transfer now, but it hasn't been implemented as yet. So based on the current rules, if you're making that statement now, you're basically saying that none of the Jamaican players them were playing at the JPL cannot make the under 20 side. And no academy players and no college players can make it either. You have to be a professional. I mean, you're actually getting paid to play football.
Well. Right now, Jamaica Guna. He said if they sign the contract in the Premier League, definitely they're going to be eligible to play for the under 20s. So clearly they know about when they're going to get back the papers to sign for
sign the contract to a league that is a semi-professional league. It's not a fully professional league as yet. So is he saying that by signing that contract, so this JPL season is a professional league now?
It looks like by next season it's going to be a professional one. We're going to ask him the next one.
Bro, these guys keep on changing these rules and doing all of these things at specific times, which is very, very suspicious. I'm guaranteeing you that when them say that, you're going to see some college players in the side from America. Some man will have them link and some friend, I'll find them college players in the side and I must sneak them in and have them in the side because I saw the thing work. That is it. Them set rules and them not abide by them. If it's a professional league, no JPL player is supposed to unite them, which is not something I would support, to be honest. Because this is something that we want to see. We want to see at least the local youth them leaving from outer Manning Cup or 17-year-old, 18-year-old, stepping up into the Premier League and playing big man football and at least giving themselves an opportunity to go further.
You know what the problem? If they signed the contract for JPL, they can't go back down to play Manning Cup, and that is one of the problems. Mr. Speed said that's why they don't want to sign it. So it's between college and also the Manning Cup. That's why they don't want to sign it. So should we just Jamaica going if the rule for FIFA and CONCACAF says that you only can have the limited amount of people without actual contract. So you have a youth rule inside just to make sure you can advance the special talents that you talked about earlier on. You understand me? So if it's only maxed out at 5 and then Chapel Maroon comes with 20 players, that doesn't sign then. We're just saying 20 players. And they rely on those 20 players. You have to break the rule now, and then if 2 more seasons left for you to get the professional contract. It looks like I saw it go, it takes time. So if 2 more seasons left for you to get the professional contract, you're going to break it from Chapel Maroon to get the players them in? No, me not break it. The whole will never sign the damn people there. Are you just left that college?
JD, I've heard, and I don't know if it's Mr. Speed who said it allegedly, but it had been stated that some players are in the league being paid $30,000 a month. You heard that?
Cataract. The problem, Cataract. Why we can't start with the topic and then we'll move on? Because you're trying. What we are doing is mix the age of people, you know, rather than fix the problem, you know. Because you're going to swing. So, Cataract, what I have to do with what me just say with the rule?
And I'm asking you a question. I've just asked the question. If it's $30,000 was stated, why you can't just confirm yes or no?
No, but me never talk about the Cataract. You know,
because it is important in terms of professionalism. Because Jamaica has a minimum wage.
Okay, then simply you don't play. Then that means it's not attractive. Then you don't play. Go somewhere else.
What I'm asking now is the Jamaica Football Federation and the JPL playing players below the minimum wage, which is the law?
So we have to ask them that. We have to ask them that.
Which is why I ask you a question. You know the answer to Aguna.
No, me don't know the answer. Me don't know the answer. Me don't know the answer. How much? No, me never know. No, me don't know the answer of the salary. Me don't know how much the minimum wage. Me never get that.
So the minimum wage is 9,500, which means
okay. Mm-hmm. A week or a month.
A week, which means that nobody should be earning less than nearly $38,000, right?
Mm-hmm. 9,000 is the minimum wage per week.
9,500 per week is the minimum
in Jamaica.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Damn. All right.
Right. So if you are talking about professionalism, that's what the point I'm making. It's not a one-way street. There are a lot of implications to the thing.
Okay, 9,000.
That is my point. That is the point that I'm trying to make.
That you want
$38,000 a month is where the players would have to get. Each player will have to get that minimum per week.
And we don't have no problem with that. But so my argument.
What you'd be doing, one second, what you'd be doing, and I want to be clear if it's 30,000, is that you would be asking players to sign an illegal contract.
And how is it an illegal contract, Cataract?
Because they're not allowed to pay less than that per month for a worker.
Oh, no, because I thought you were talking about the contract itself. So that's why I asked why.
Meaning the figure in the contract. You can't contract somebody for less than the minimum wage.
Yeah, for less than the minimum wage. Right. So I'm saying to you, so let's do the math. Let's say each side having 20 let's say 20 players. But we just been let's do the numbers right here now. Let's say each team having 20 players. A 12 team in Jhavier, right? And they're going to increase it. So 38,000 multiplied by let's say 20 players. Hello?
Yeah. No, we're waiting there if you finish.
So we're doing the math now. So that's 760,000 per month. Per team. Minimum. Yes, because we'll have players who based on experience or records or negotiations will get more than the minimum wage. So if we're going to go professional contract, the professional contract, each team will be paid 760,000 per month. Minimum at 20 players, and we know some team them have more than 20 players.
Continue.
760,000. I multiply that by how much team in I think now? 12?
I think 12 or 14. Which one? Let me just type in the JPL.
12. It increased.
Let me make sure.
By 2
So we're talking about a wage bill of $10 million per month.
And that is not
for the entire league.
That the sponsorship was.
14 teams in it, all right? 14 teams. Because
14. 14 in them. 14 in them. But 14 we did the calculation by.
Yes, 14.
So at 14, it's going to be 10,640,000 per month for each team.
Okay.
Minimum. That's a minimum, as I said. That's just basic. And right, that's basic. So players will get more than other players. So some players will get a higher wage than the other players will. But at the start, at the outset, this is what we're looking at. That's crushing the numbers and doing it at 20 players as well. So that's a minimum at 20 players.
All right. So, but I don't know how much. I need to ask that straight up question because I never had that. Because I can't have every question. I don't come out here act like I know everything. But all I'm saying is the fact still remain is if that's going to guarantee you the professional contract as a league, you have to do what it takes to make it a professional league. That's all I'm saying because you yourself want it to be a professional league. You get me? You and everybody want to be a professional league. Yes, they have to fix things in order for it to be so. I think in the FIFA rule, they have to pay the people over minimum wage. So I think if they want to turn over in a professional league, they have to change that as well too. I just don't know how much everyone getting. You get me?
Yeah. But these are the things in the JD where when a man throws some little things out in the air, we have to dig deep and find out what's going on as it relates to that. Because when the numbers start to come in now, we realize that the rules were set up, but as I'm saying to you, we're not operating at zero. If we say we're operating at 0 and we're moving from 0 to 1. We're operating at negative 0. We're going beyond that. We're going at -10, -20, because we're talking about an organization that has been known to have corrupt individuals within it and have been known to do corrupt practices and fronting and nepotism and all of them look a good word there. All of them something is part of what goes on within the JFF. So until those things are fixed, we have to be cautious whenever we're talking about them and their representatives. Because we know some others do some shady practices within it. Them set one rule one day to say, we're going to have training session involving local players and then bring in players from overseas. So I broke their own rule. And then I try make it look like it's okay and cool. So they will come in and say, tomorrow JFF will come and say, we're only going to bring professional players in. And I'm certain that you'll see players who are not professional. They might find a way to squeeze in 3, 4, 5 players with them one in there, in at the camp. we're gonna only look at for instance, let's say they want to keep out certain players out of the system. You have to be playing at a club in order to be able to qualify for the under 20. Because they want to keep out every academy players. And yet still, they are going to bring in a college player and bring him in outside.
All right. But Jamaican, yeah, make it what you're saying. But you know, I've learned a few things. You know, I've learned a few things. Obviously that will always be a problem. But how can we move on from here, Jamaican Guna? Because if I'm gonna always bring a metric, how
we
can I
the
move
corruption.
from that point? So then, how can we even know if you're weed or the corruption? Because now we have a different coach, we have a different talent identifier, we have a different program, we have a different system. So how can we fix that part? Because clearly, the JFF and the football are two different things, you know. So media talk about the football, you know. But look, we have to join everything together. But I think the JFF and the football are two different things. So how can we fix that problem now? Like you say, the man say only professional players them I work with. How can we fix that? The next time when they say no professional player, would you be satisfied?
No,
if the next time Jamaica, if you see no professional player and you see exactly what them say on the paper, because obviously at the coach there, you know, the coach is there, you know. Yeah. We're here, man. We're here. Me just ask you a question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the thing is, listen, JD, what is the question? You're saying if I see no professional player?
No, I'm saying if the next time you see no professional player, no non-professional player being selected, and everything goes exactly to what the coach says, because I think that was a coach rule. Mm-hmm. So what would you say? Would you consider it as weeding out the or the bad people?
Yeah, that would be a step in the right direction, definitely, 100%.
I would, but that wouldn't be true. You know why? Because the coach does do that, and the JFF man them do that. And that's the problem in Jamaican Guna. So we still get rid of them. You know, we only put a next man where actually do theme job.
No, but we have seen instances in which the coach recently, the last two coaches of the team, we have seen instances in which the coach was too close up and too in bed and too comfortable with the JFF, and them do whatever they want to do, and the style, because you apparently see, remember the coach is hired by the JFF. You know? Mm-hmm. We have to bear that in mind. The coach is hired by the JFF. So who is the boss? The coach or the JFF?
The JFF should be the
Thank you
boss.
very much. Right. So when them come in with them for them thing, and them oversee the coach and tell him what to do. You know? The coach is only responsible for football matters, and there are other matters which have nothing to do with football. Look at it. Look at the pool process. Look at the pool process, JD. They have a pool process. Them say if 30 players we're going to recruit 30 players in the pool. Let's just use a number. 30 players in the pool. You know what them do? Take out some players and fling them out of the pool, and then people up on the pool side. And then put in at the pool who them want in the pool. They only can select who is in the pool, and them are put in at the pool who them want, and take out of the pool who them don't want. That's how them operate.
So you
on the surface they can say, well, we chose a pool and the coach has a selection from the pool. If you give the coach 30 players to select from, and that only them can select because of them they game. You give him a list, you only can select the players who are on the list. But the coach now going to see the players them who you purposefully omitted from the list because you don't want the coach to see those players. You will never see those players ever in a life because you omitted them from the list and gave him a list and said, this is the list you're supposed to be working with. So him only can work with what he got. Him can't work with what him don't get. Him can see a player and say, hold on, man, that player there is a good player. Oh, well, he's not in the list, so you can't work with a player then. He's not in the list. He's not in the pool.
Okay, but what they said, they gave him everything Jamaican Guna said he should go down there, get the grassroots running. That's why they put up him and January to do everything with the additional coaches from Jamaica to make sure they can get the information. That's what they said, you know. So I can't go off nothing more than what they said and what they're doing until I can get the factual record to say, all right, then you said that I never do this, so I'm gonna go back to the next thing.
But bro, JD, to combat your argument. Mm-hmm. You remember Paul Hall? Paul Hall came in.
I remember Paul Hall.
And Paul Hall came in as the guy. And my point was, you know, this is a good profile. He has the right profile. He knows the culture. He's a former player. He knows the culture. And he's an international. He's a person from overseas. So he have the overseas mentality. So him can probably add something to the program. The moment Paul Hall tried to do what Paul Hall wanted to do, in terms of getting in some players or whatever. Because he walk on thin ice from day one, you know. Right? Then we realize that Paul never co-owners them did weak as it relates to the players them. Because they might give him some set of players and say, work with them players, yeah. Work with them, man. And then if him try calling certain UK-based players where he might think is good, they might say, brother, you know, so you come from England, I try calling England man in at the side. Then him come and make some speech now. And once him start make some speech now, we end up as a fan base now. We have to wait there. But this brother now, him supposed to come in and put them foot down and do what him supposed to do. But no, he has become a yes man, and basically just do what the man them tell him to do, and him not say. Because certain players where him call up, him know say him not feel mind, him know better, him supposed to know better. Because him is a player who go World Cup, him is a player who play years at Coventry in a professional environment and all them something there. So him know good players, so him see them. He's played with and against good players. So he must know that. But him know say him there in a system where him have to basically just go on easy and go on build and operate in an interim capacity. And then when it was time to give him the full job, to say, okay, we're gonna make it a full job. And they were making big speech. Remember good enough. Only don't forget. Remember that they were making big speech that based on all indications, Paul Hall will be the next coach of Jamaica. Wham.
They move away from their words.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, they move away from their words.
So we have to watch Coach Grimm and see if Coach Grimm is gonna be the man for forwarding, put him foot down, like what Samois did, and put him foot down and say, listen me, this is what more, this more, and more control over certain things. In my field, you have a thing called creative control, JD. In my field, you have a thing called creative control, where you as a person want the creative control. You see, if you don't get that, and if you don't know that it exists, people are gonna tell you what to do, and you have to do it. Because you don't sign the contract, so you have to work with them. If you don't say me want creative control, they're going to tell you, listen me, you need to do this over here, so. Do this over there, so do that over this. And you can't say nothing because you don't sign feet already. So if Coach Grimm sign a contract where him say, listen me, I want control to select the players them that I see fit, then fine. But if them say, oh, we're going to give you a pool of players and you select from the pool of players, then he'll be stuck with the pool. And him can't select nobody outside of that pool, who he might see and say, I'm bringing in a Lambaseki, for come represent the country. They might say, oh, well, if Lambaseki come in, I'm going to take such and such man game and such man affiliated with such and such man down one part. And yeah, that is it.
I agree with you saying Jamaican Guna, what the context of what you're saying. But I'm saying this is not what they gave this coach. This coach gets his free room to develop Jamaica's football because he's doing from the grassroots. So he's balancing his thing and putting it out there. So
make us see how it play out in JD, man.
No, but Jamaican Guna, Paul Hall never signed this. Paul Hall never. They made it.
No, man, Mr. Paul Hall was an interim, so he never really signed nothing to be honest.
He never signed nothing. So now we see man sign a 4-year deal. So this him a come for do.
Yeah.
So,
but hold on, let's go to the grassroots now. Let's go to the grassroots. So he's gonna watch some football matches across the country. Let's see if he's gonna go to some places which are unspectacular. Go to Waterhouse, watch a match. Go to Jungle, go to Garden. Watch a match down there, so go a country, go to town, go down a Chapelton Maroons, go down go watch some match all over the country. Let's see if I'm gonna do that. I'm stuck at certain clubs like Cavalier and Portmore United and Constant Spring and Harbourview and just stay up on the side there. Well, let's see how far the grassroots go.
Yeah.
That is the thing, bro. Let me say grassroots, and then when the grassroots is a certain different kind of grass. It's not no ghetto grass, it's an uptown grass. So let's see how far it goes. Let's see if I'm going to watch a match down a Marvally. Let's see if I'm going to watch a match at Marvally. Let's see if I'm going to go a Clarendon and go watch one match. Let's see if I'm going to go a Mumbai, go watch some of the Mumbai side them play against one. And Nickyle, go watch some of the Nickyle. I'm going to keep him on look at environment where we can see the players that they want him to see. Then we can make the judgment from that. Because I am operating from that deficit. We're saying we're operating and we're dealing with people who are very corrupt. So until them prove to me, them have to prove it, Them have to prove so them not corrupt. And them, I haven't heard anybody. I've seen new people coming in. I haven't heard anybody address that yet, I haven't heard anybody come in and say, the JFF is an organization that has been clouded with corruption, and we're here to see if we can fix it. Even if them not mean to do it. We haven't heard anybody come out and say that, Everybody talk about roses and flowers and unicorns and Pegasus ass with the wing, Nobody come talk about the mere fact that them is a corrupt organization and people have them as that and they have that image out there and they want to come in and fix it and change it. I haven't heard anybody address that yet. Sorry if I haven't heard everything, but I haven't heard it. If anybody heard it, I'm hear it, them can correct me or them can point me to the direction where it is quoted as somebody saying, listen me, the JFF, we know that we have clouds over our heads that is related to corruption and nepotism and all them look something there, and we're trying to fix that. And I am the person who's here to try and fix that. Me not hear it being addressed yet. So them not address the elephant in the room yet. Them a talk about the mice and them a talk about the raccoon and them not talk about the elephant in the room. Them not talk about the big thing where everybody have them hands.
Hold on now. When me bring Mr. Speed on the program, me get as much question out of him and him answer them. So what me gonna do now, simple means me never get the people them where need to answer them questions. So just directly me to who and me get them and then me not for there. So I think about what me want to say. Me just say it to them straight up and them answer it and we get the answer and we hold them accountable for that. All right? Yeah, because me no want to go over it when me know what me need to ask, but when me ask one person, them say them no know about a party, but them can tell me this and this and that person I forgot to. So me go just get them people there and get the answer for that. Because me not afraid to ask nobody nothing. If I them required to answer it, I'm gonna ask them. All right, so if whoever deal with the imagery, Mr. My Boy was just signed the other day, I will get him and I will ask that question and him after the answer. Obviously, him talk to other people, but them never asked him the question Jamaican gonna. So in the world where you can hear it if them never ask him, or if you come up myself with the fake or with it not real and all sort of madness, and him not gonna come out and him gonna come for an image clear up campaign. So why am I gonna come and tell you about him past image? Him gonna tell you what I do now. Because you know the society where I'm in. So you have to just wait until me get the person. So I will either get a direct answer from him or bring him here and you ask him yourself. You understand me? And then him go answer. You understand me? Yeah, man. So we have 10 more minutes to go up on the program. Please, guys, smash the like button, share, and subscribe. Global, thanks very much for the super chat right there. Massive respect. All right. Here people said Jen Sekchong expressed that sentiment that he knows public opinion is bad for JFF and he wants okay. So Jason said him say it already Jamaican goodness. So you see me not know, but me have to bring him here for make our people know say him it say it. All right, so I will try my best to do that, you know. And if him no answer me or him come, and my fault Jamaican goon. All right, big boss. Yeah. So Cataract, you say something?
Right, yeah, man. There's some footballing things. Congratulations, Darren Moore, for guiding Sheffield Wednesday to a 2-1 victory over Newcastle. High flying Newcastle in the Premier League. I think they are third.
Let me check the squad that they used.
They use pretty much a strong squad, but
it's an okay squad. Secondary we mix with Cataract. Let me give the accurate information. You have Isaac, which is coming from injury. Isaac in the squad. Joe Linton was not it's a secondary squad. It's a secondary squad, but it's a strong squad, very strong squad. Isaac is not up to speed, Cataract.
These are players who come on as substitutes in the Premier League. Like
no, Murphy. Some of them are starters, and some of them are starters. Isaac will be a starter, but he's not fully fit. But I'm saying it's like a secondary squad fully. If you look at it, that's all I'm saying.
Batman was in defense.
Batman is the only main starter. Yeah.
Batman was in defense. But it's congratulations.
Richpo, you come here right a bag of foolishness, Richpo. Listen to me. This is one of the most clearest streams. So don't play with Richpo, all right? Don't play me. Everything is as clear stream, all right? Yes. So don't make me just draw you out of the comment section and give a whole heap of thump, all right? Continue, Cataract.
It might have a lot of Romain at the sorry, man. That's right. So no, man, we want to deal with football, but I will not draw me out. I try to be professional. 2-1, congratulations, Darren Moore. A League One side, and you achieve a victory over a Premier League opposition. Big respect, former Jamaican international. He's a Jamaican, he have a Jamaican passport. Yeah. And to some people, let me say he look Jamaican too. Right? But big up Darren Moore on that achievement. Marvin Bartley. People might not remember him, but he was up there in Livingston as the captain of Livingston. He's now transitioning to management, and he was just appointed in the last 3 hours as the manager of Queen of the South in Scotland. You might recall, people might want to recall that Scotland does not have the same rules as England regarding the transfer of players to the Scottish Premier League. So hopefully another man will have a Jamaican passport. It never really get overlooked by the JFF, but hopefully that might be somebody who might look out for talented Jamaicans. But it's just an addition to the whole alma mater of former Jamaican players or Jamaican passport holders who are in management in the English Football League. So Marvin Bartley, congratulations. Mikel Antonio was victorious today as West Ham edged out Brentford. So big respect. Ethan Pinnock didn't play. He was fully rested, wasn't brought in. And when the thing come up later tonight, I have the stats now for beat some guy over them head who said Pinnock is not on fire in the Premier League, right? Down there in the League One, Exeter, Giovanni Brown, who's a Jamaican, represented us at the Under-17 World Cup. He played 31 minutes for Exeter. I think he was injured and had to be substituted. So wish the ball a speedy recovery. You know what I mean? Because a whole heap of footballer play today. May I try check if a man can tell me what go on for Lambakisi game.
That game drew. That game drew. 2-2. That's a big one. So the one Rich Power give himself a bag of trouble. I bad him. I want Rich Power, me call a bad up man. I tell himself come on because him in a chat a throw all sort of shit. So Cataract might have a smoke him as well. All right, you know what, guys? Get the likes up. Get me to 150. We have 140 here. Get it to 150, and then we'll do the next 30 minutes. But we cannot go longer than that. 150. We need 25 more likes. So get it to 200 likes on the video in total, and we get it to we do the next half an hour. All right? Yeah. So Rich Paul, the link is in the chat here. Click it and come on, and we can hear what you say because you keep on talk about the same thing. This is not the same thing. We are dealing with issues, and issues don't sound like roses every single time. People will come with your points and we have to chop it up. So Rich Paul, come on, let me chop you up.
So people need to look out if they watch championship football. Middlesbrough, Cameron Archer, who is eligible to represent Jamaica from both sides of his family. He has moved on loan from Aston Villa to Middlesbrough. So we wish the baller well there.
Yeah, so you're talking. Let me put it up so people can see who we are talking. My boy, let me see, Lambakisa. Yeah, so the fact that's what we're talking about. We have players that are playing top level. Let me big up Kai. Massive respect for the super chat. Says one Jamaica. Take out Ultra JD. Big respect. All right, massive respect, my boss.
Massive respect.
Yeah, don't put nobody else in it.
Just put me alone. I respect. To the
no, because we know when they put somebody else in it, it might go the wrong way. Because people might get the wrong ideas. So we have to make sure you put me alone in it. All right. Yes. Anyways, this is what we're talking about. If we have these players, and I don't subscribe to the foolishness to say that people inside top leagues, even top leagues academy, you can get anybody to compete with them. There is anybody that's training from Pitney to come up to 18, you're not going to see a 15-year-old walk on the road better than them. It no work. Reality is reality. You understand me? A reality is reality. Don't believe them foolishness there. That is just opening up the gate for narratives. All right? Reality is reality. You work hard, and I will always trust hard work over fantasy. You understand me? That is just a fantasy because it excludes people, just like what Jamaican Guna says. So I will not believe in that statement. All right? Reality is reality. The players them that's playing at all levels, but you're doing some football, I think you're always going to be in a better position than a person that's not playing football at all. All right?
So one general stats, yes, but we get detailed stats, which tell you how much time they lose possession, how much ground duels they lost,
but Cataract was Ethan Pinnock.
So
we see Ethan Pinnock. Ethan Pinnock has been one of the best defenders in the Premier League since he joined the Premier League. At one point, Ethan Pinnock was one of the top 3 best centre-back in the Premier League in the first 13 games. People moved the goalpost to our next goalpost. Then he got injured. He finished the season very good. Was one of the best players, just best centre-back, just the same in the top 13. And then after he got injured and came back, and now he's playing better than almost any centre-back. Almost any centre-back. So we cannot, and you know what? I love this argument, because this argument open doors for we to criticize anybody. You understand me? And you guys have to accept the criticism then. You get me? Yes, that's all I'm going to say. I don't see my boy.
Oh, Cameron.
No, I don't see what's his the brother name from England, man, Rich Pow. If he doesn't join, we cannot. We cannot prolong the show, because I want to finish the show, But the fact that I'm just bringing back this to say, this is what I'm talking about, Jamaica and Ghana. You saw Lambakisi here. He never even represented Jamaica as yet.
But look
so
what the
if we have,
look what the flag
he came here for Jamaica, so clearly. But he doesn't represent Jamaica as yet. If you see this kid play in the Premier League, you cannot tell me say he's not a special talent. And you cannot tell me say if you take him off and put him in a Manning Cup, he must score 64 goals from playing left back. Because that's what he believe. He scores 780.
So the question is he that played? Did he come for the under 20?
Yes.
Him never played, but him never played though.
No, he was sent home.
He was sent home.
Yes.
Yeah, because they said he was slightly injured.
Yes, and we carried 2 fully injured left backs in Louis Watson from Santos and
oh Lord, I one thing my point them can't get across, because they might switch the at the same time, But the facts still remain.
The question is, why was he not selected?
No, that was not the question. That was not the question, sir.
Mike, that's my question. What did the coach see in Louis Watson and not Lamont Rochester, aka Predator, that said to him they are of a Premier League standard? EPL.
Cataract, you see, like you like to answer questions with a question. Look, listen to this now.
Yeah, man.
When the coach talked about the best players, when the coach said the best players, them who was the 3 best players he saw that can move on to places? Because clearly it shows me that he's not as biased as what we think, Because all of the players that he talks about, Jamaican Ghana, Fuzzy, him say, Englishman, him said the front forward, the striker, and the centre back.
The centre half and the goalkeeper.
That's the 3 guys in the name, So me not think him always a fight against something, So that's what I ask you. So me not sure. Me not know what happened to Lambakisi, but him made a fair play. If he made well, nobody would not pick him.
You want me to tell you what happened?
Oh, all right.
It's called quota.
Okay, so it's called quota. All right. Well, all right then. Cool. All right. So Cataract, this is not on the show. So anybody wants to sue Cataract, sue him Ross. You understand? Because he have no proof, forgive me.
And he must say by Cataract or not necessarily those of time.
Nothing because we didn't want him here. So we only come on. We never invite him here, so nobody can sue him. Sue him, Ross. Him have liar. Him have 2 liar. Sue him. We sell out.
We increase for legal representation. Why you tell everybody? My man can't tell a man. I think about just chat everything. Yeah, we increase for legal representation. You don't know, right?
I know I've never talked anything. You told me I just heard you brag about your liars on YouTube. So I said he has liars. That's all I said. That's nothing. But personally,
as a man, that's why you have to have a liar. You have to have a liar, an accountant, any businessman. That's the thing, though.
All right, sir. All right.
So, I want to come back with the fact that
we have reason, boss, here.
It is inexplicable why a player who within 6 months of a tournament is Premier League quality, meaning of quality to come on a Premier League game, was overlooked.
But that's what I was telling you. Say but we are overlooking them as well. So we are not better than the JFF then, because we're not talking about them for being a team, national team now. We're talking about national team.
Lembeke session play. I watched a Wolves youth game with him and Tyler Roberts, and they're playing on the same wing.
And they would have murdered the side. I think.
And they would have killed the side. You know what the match together?
West Bromwich Albion. They would have
There
murdered
was
the
a
side.
match that was played at the same time when
Thank you very much.
everybody was talking about them.
So Jamaican Guna, these man's a special Jamaican Guna. So then why whisper for the head everybody?
No, Lembeke
You know the one space.
let me
Because
just make it
Lembeke is better than Whisper and me see me no. And me tell you say
Lembeke is better than him, man. By far. But me just say
so you know, why we not talk about the man for going to team? Say for one spot, me
no,
not
man,
pick
if we're going
No, but we can't have 50 spot Jamaican Guna. We have to have 2 spot or 3 spot. So
Bro.
we have it.
Bro,
So a 50 spot you want to put on?
national team I get called up tomorrow morning. Lembeke is for tonight.
So then, Whisper gonna make it then? If a 1 or 2 spot.
No, but a different position.
And that me a talk about no, you not hear me. And 1 or 2 youth spots we're gonna have then.
No.
We not
that
have
1 or 2
spots.
youth spot. Bro, you keep on applying other people's thing to my thing. My thing is that we're in a rebuilding phase. We need to be bringing in youth players. We need to be bringing youth players at the right profile. That means that by the next 4 years, next 3 years to be accurate, those players will be in their prime and they will be familiar with each other, and we can move forward with that team with some senior players tonight as well.
Okay, so I say you want your team look.
Yeah,
okay.
in my view, we should be calling in players between the age of, let's say, 18 to 24. If I was to, that's a profile I would like. Players who are between the ages of 18 to 24 and bring them in the program, figure out and go through and work through systems and work through players until we can get to the World Cup. Because the objective is the World Cup. The objective is not to win every single match. The objective is to get to the World Cup.
Say think you ever throw all them old money and put in a
No, I don't think all. I don't think
4 years.
All is too extreme, but I think so. If we're integrating a lot of new players into the team, no. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. No, we can't do it when a World Cup time.
And then you end up with the right players. So if you integrate the youth them and them are better than the older and them, the youth them for sit down.
There you go. Thank you very much.
So if you bring in a striker, Jahmarley Clark, and he now score no goal, and Mikel Antonio come on the score sheet, Jahmarley Clark sit down. But things must be transparent.
I'm going to learn from Nickyle Antonio. Go and learn off of the boss.
I agree.
Go and learn the movements. Training with good players make you better, you know.
Okay.
You know.
But I would say to you, Lembeke's case is different. Hold on. No. Lembeke's
catch up. Move your camera. You always come up with a nudity on the camera. Drop it close, brother. We don't want to see a belly or nothing, brother. Okay, we don't ever want to see nothing. So why you tear your clothes from the internet, man? Let me move him go down here, so cause me can't bother with him nudity.
Which nudity? But then I'm an undershirt. I'm an expensive robe.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Why you trying not? Why in the first place? Try to come on in your shirt alone. Try to come on in your shirt alone. That's put the shirt, not the robe, so people would not think that you have a nothing under it. All right, because we know you come with a pervert behavior the last time, like you're and I'm not going to allow it. We have professional programs, so you have to behave professional.
Let me end my input before Rich Pooh. And I said to you. Those who have stayed at a 5-star hotel will know these kind of quality Egyptian cotton robe. If you have stayed at the Mandarin, you understand what I say? Understand the oligarch lifestyle. It's a shirt, people. Man, not naked and a belly skin.
Yeah, you did it last time. So Jamaican Guna literally said, by history, we should judge people. Well, yeah, that him come on the channel the last time. So we have to judge him as a naked man. And we're not going to allow it. We're not going to allow it.
Why?
And this is not good, madman. How would it rinky?
Bridget, I was getting an injection administered. I apologize to the public. To all the man that will feel a little, underwear. But here we go. Yo, man, I'm on a shirt. We have a robe.
Okay, sir.
But I want to say this next time, Lambekisi. In my view, the left back position, since Kemar Lawrence has transitioned, not in life, he's not gone to the afterworld, but in his career, Omar Reid is playing exceptionally well for his club.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Lay
is broke.
He's so broken. Much, but he's always injured. He seems to pick up injuries at the inopportune
but him foot not broke. Him foot not still broke. Him not play as yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said he picks up injury at an inopportune time.
Okay.
Right? Even from his Manchester City days. So we really are looking for a backup left back. And the youth will play I know Ricardo Thomas. They play left back in the Cameroon game. Whatever I do. But what I know is I think Lembekisi could really challenge that second spot, and he should be a player that is called up. But it is not my job to do that.
Lembekisi will be the starting left back or right back for Jamaica. We are talking about second spot.
Left back, no. Omar Reid go on with a bag of things.
It's better than Omar Reid.
I don't think say. I think he's Jamaican Guna. His potential is way ahead of Omar Reid. That is true, and he's close to Omar Reid. But I think his actual status at now still need more time, Jamaican Guna. You will stop, take up the wonder kids them and just fling them all up front.
I mean, so I test them. Yes, how old is Saka? Saka is 21 years old. I'm just play World Cup.
He's 21. Lambaki is 19.
When them look at you, so Saka not play for England from a look at you, bro. England bigger side than Jamaica by 100 times.
Saka play for Arsenal for him at 2.5 years old.
Bro, what I have to tell you is that you keep on, or you expect young players to get integrated when you take them and show them in a pool and them.
He's not going to be the substitution, but you want him to just jump
that, brother.
All right, you know what? Let me just load my loan here. A big
baller. Lembekisi, a big baller. What's Jamaica Lembekisi?
All I'm on him in a damn team, yeah, man.
Lembekisi.
Reason boss.
Bell no better than Lembekisi. May I tell you that? Missy Bell play ball and Missy Lembekisi play ball.
I think Bell is still better than him.
Defensively, to be honest, I think Bell is a little better. To be honest, I'm not.
I think it's after.
Jokes aside and fun and joke aside, I think Bell is a little better than him defensively. But going forward, I think he's better.
All right, so Lembekisi should start. All right, they're bringing Reese Boss. Reese Boss, good day. Because you make me have to call you up, you know, and say, why you going with that chat? What you do? War with people? Or you just a walk around and pick war with people? That's what you do. So what going with your big boss? Reason boss. You look like you froze.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Okay, Happy New Year, sir. But you bad me up on there. Come
Happy New Year.
So hold on, Reason Boss in England and team internet so bad.
Seasonal greetings to the panel, viewers and subscribers.
Englishman that?
Our left man really there England.
Are you? Yes.
Man, that the digital part of England, brother.
The internet is very bad and Reason Boss.
Can you hear me now?
No, we can't hear. Jump off the internet and return back because we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you, big boss. Jump off and return back with the link. All right, we are waiting on you right now. So just find the link and return back.
Man, yes, guys, they have a digital part of England.
Yeah, because guys, we need to finish the stream, so I just want to hear what big man has to say for 5 minutes. I know we finish it up because I have some things to deal with and stuff, you know. Yeah. Better than Lembekisi right now, but in 3 years he might. Yeah, I think so. Jamaican Guna, I understand that you respect the young talents, but sometimes let me drop the link so Rich Poe can come back on if he misses that link.
No man, for that joke aside, I said defensively, I think Bell better than him defensively, but going forward, I think he's better than Bell.
Yeah, man.
He's an exciting player, bro, and an exciting player always excites. So he's an exciting player. As I said, I watch him before this couple matches as well because Wolf is like an underdog side of my life. I like how them play football. So me watch them match. So if I see them pop up or whatever, I watch them match. And the upper I can watch, you know, I can watch some youth match on them something there. So that's why I'm telling you, me follow him. Tyler Roberts is another bad baller again, you know, where we are overlooking. You know what I mean? So we have some bad baller where we can bring in our side and go and integrate them in the big side. That's what I talk about. You know what I mean? So we have them look 19-year-old, 20-year-old, call them and cap them from them early. Calling Omar Reid and cap them from early. Don't wait the man reach 29 to cap them, brother.
But Jamaica have 50 youth in here, above your ball, you know. So I know all your ball are getting your team, you know. I got me a one day, you know. So maybe you know,
now go away and let's delete it. So make sure say it's still. I'm done. So I'm sorry, brother. I'm not take it back.
YouTube.
5 years from now, we can refer back to this on the 7th of January 2023.
Okay.
All I'm saying,
JD,
and go now. What is your realistic thing? If Jamaica doesn't qualify for the under 17 World Cup, let me start there. So, what should be the consequences?
For me, not so much, because I am not going to jump and say they should be better than the next teams them that are actually training a little bit while ago. And I know how they're training because I've checked and I have people that lives in the countries. Yes, so one out of the group that we're in, one person of the group that we're in, definitely started to train before us. Definitely. All right. Yes.
So you are saying that if we don't qualify.
If we don't qualify, we have to just look at things.
It's all good in Irie, man.
It's not all good in Irie. It's not all good in Irie. It's not all good in Irie, but I can live with it because I put context to things. I don't just jump up and want to beat something. I put context to things, and that's what I started the stream up with.
So the context to this thing is not that 1 year ago when the under 20s were qualified, we were aware of this under 17 qualifiers coming up. That's not the context. And the context is not that.
No, that's not the context. You know why it's not the context? Because under 15 came right in between it and they couldn't pay to go there. So they literally couldn't go to under 15.
Under 15 came before. Under 15 was before. That was before.
Under 15 was before what? Before what?
The other tournament. Oh, no, not the one they couldn't pay for.
Brother, under 15 one, they never go, brother, after. What you talking about, man?
Easy, man. All right, I'm going to start by the dub. There was an under 14 tournament.
Oh, me don't know about that.
In Dominican Republic, where they went and lost every match.
Okay, well, I'm not talking that one.
Right?
It's not the one that 80 win.
All right, good. Well, 80 could have win that one they took. I never know.
So 80 win all I want them. I don't
know, right?
So maybe 80 win that one as well.
One as well. That's what I said. Because it looked like them man, they're so serious about them development and thing.
Remember, we had this discussion before. You know, we were here reasoning about this a couple of months ago when we were talking about, say, if the Jamaica Federation did not know that the under 17 World Cup qualifiers was coming up, maybe everybody got the information before them, and maybe they didn't check their email and they didn't know. But they were paying most attention to schoolboy football, I guess, and the players couldn't come and assemble, and there was no opportunity for the players to come and assemble. I guess I guess we don't have summer holidays anymore, where school kids go take 2 months off school. I guess that didn't happen this year. Last year, 2022 didn't have a summer, so the kids could be training within the summer holidays, which were the other countries did. We couldn't do it because we don't even have summer and winter. We have cool time at time. We have tropical country, so we have one weather all the time.
Yeah,
well, so summer holidays, which was 2 months, where other countries were training, we couldn't train.
Yeah, because
they were busy trying to train for Manning Cup. This is and the Costa Cup.
No, man, because cataract the day up there. So
all right. Reason boss. We know I want to show. This was a good show. We don't want cataract come spoil the show. We have to banish him back, you know. Now him give him more time. We have to banish him back. We have to block him back from the channel. Him give too much trouble. Him gonna always be selling his narrative for, like him just want to war. Reason boss, come in. What say you, big boss? Good day.
Good day. My apologies. Can you hear me a little better?
Yes, we are hearing it better. We are criticizing the internet. Tell your wife Happy New Year and the family, all right? Yes. From a decent Jamaican Belgian citizen, not the war rock, all right? The war rock is not a decent citizen. He walks around putting himself on internet naked. Not a good thing.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Listen, gentlemen, while I have this opportunity, JD, we have been Happy New Year. Lovely to be back on We Max It, a beautiful family. we've had conversations last year, JD, and it looks like a broken record where I'm standing and sitting in London, England. Some of the things that you said, I can safely and sadly say, have come to pass. I'm perturbed, I'm concerned, JD. I'm just going to give you a couple of levels. One, I'm genuinely concerned that still 12 months or so on, the Jamaican footballing community is still seriously and genuinely split on their perception of what constitutes an authentic Jamaican. Genuine concern. I had words with my wife a couple of hours ago just to see if she could shed some light. She's a fantastic nurse, and she trained in Jamaica. She came over to England and trained again. I asked my wife, may I, darling? Thank you, darling. I asked her, permission granted. Keep the wife happy. It's a happy household. Yes. I asked her, yes, sir. I asked her, there's a situation in Jamaican football. Let me run this analogy past you. If you have quality nurses in Jamaica and you've got quality nurses in England, but they're not as good as the ones in Jamaica, which ones would you choose if you're building a hospital and you want the best to be in there? I didn't know what answer she was going to give me. In fact, I asked her, which nurses are better, Jamaican or English? She said she believes Jamaican nurses are better. She said Jamaican nurses in general are better. I said, okay, interesting. Okay. Well, the analogy is that in football, many of the best quote unquote best footballers are applying their trades in places such as England. Academies, better coaches, better footballers, better opponents, better experience, better knowledge, better nutrition. But she said something to me that really hit home, and I'm still musing over it, which is why it's terrific to be on this show. She said, look, if there was a Jamaican beauty competition and there's a British-born, English-born Jamaican, and she enters the Jamaican Miss Beauty contest, she doesn't want that woman to win. She could be the very best, most beautiful woman. She's not authentic Jamaican. We don't want, and Jamaicans don't want her winning the Miss Jamaica beauty pageant. I was shocked. Similarly, she said, and make no mistake, she said, if she had to choose the best nurses, first and foremost, she would first reach for the Jamaican nurses, born nurses, and then, if there were still spaces, she would then call for those overseas Jamaican eligible nurses. That got me thinking. Yeah, man, it's serious. Let that digest this. Yeah. The second point, it's a simple one. You've had the likes of Mr. Speed on your show. I saw excerpts of that interview. I've seen Dennis Chang, Cataract, Jamaican Guna, viewers and subscribers. I've seen Dennis Chang on a lot of programs, Sports Max, to Ryan LFC, Classic, and he has been the face of the JFF. My question is simple. Despite and amid all this drama, argumentative climate, of course, we're football fans. We're going to have differences of opinion. My second question is simple. Do you trust the process? Do you trust the process? This under-17 situation, it's raising a bag of questions, let alone the senior men's team. Do you trust the process?
Ask a question. I think that first and foremost what should happen is that you should invite your wife just to come on the camera, and Jamaican Guna, you should take the fire belt to her and minister. Let me tell you why. Because Jamaican nurses genuinely are sought after, because in Jamaican hospitals, we chop up people, we gunshot people, and they are exposed to more trauma and accidents and emergencies than other jurisdictions. That's what I have been told by other nurses, that the kind of experience in cases that they have make them sought after. That's why people there's a recruitment, even a standard recruitment through Ministry of Labor for the nurses. But this question about who is a Jamaican, really, I am flabbergasted.
And why is that?
Because it speaks to a deep-seated thing which I believe comes from slavery.
Mm-hmm.
That is why we can accept the players and put things in place for Canada and America. But there's a deep-seated hatred towards England that is underlying. And we see it as the slave master, even though they are really slave themselves that went back there to work. So it's really a high xenophobe, and I think higher than me, because I don't really know psychology and them sort of thing. But it's a psychological thing. It's like somebody saying, I would only select a white Miss England to go to represent us at Miss Universe, because that is what English should look like. That person would be castigated and run out of town. But I think there's some deep something, and fire belt and education is needed, because what is the barriers put towards players in England is not the same barriers put towards the man them the America, and even some that come from Canada.
That's very true. That's very true. That's very true.
Because Daniel Johnson is hated on. But Daniel Johnson born in Jamaica. But Jhavier Brown is born in Jamaica and live in Canada. But nobody don't hate on Jhavier Brown.
Mm-hmm.
This has to do with England.
I had a feeling like something like that already, because I tried to fix it. But obviously, it has to do with the countries that they can resonate to. Because I'm in Belgium and people still say that I'm not Jamaican, you know? So clearly, it's something aside from Canada and America then. And for some instance, even England, you know? But as I said, I don't know, man. It's just a tough situation that we thought that we would have more than passed by now. But it looks like it's not going to go anywhere, you know?
So basically, you're saying, which your wife, if she was in charge of the under 20 team, would pick all the Jamaican schoolboys, and then if everybody foot broke and COVID breakout, then she would go try and get 2 baller from England.
Well, the sad situation is that, or the realistic situation is that my wife is not a specialist or expert in football, but the analogy is what is most pointed. And as JD has alluded to, and JD likes to ask the hard questions and answer the hard questions, as do yourselves, JD, Cataract, and Jamaican Guna. If we've got this situation amongst the fanship, I suspect that this mindset and mentality may, with those rules that you've made mention to, it seems from where I'm sitting in London, England, it seems as though there does seem to be extra additional hoops and barriers to jump over in order to represent Jamaica good and true. But if this attitude does still exist in certain areas of the JFF, then this isms and schisms thing is going to be another barrier that prevents us from shining and reaching our full potential at under 17, under 20, and the senior level. God bless those reggae girls for making a successive World Cup appearance. God bless them for reaching, and we can be proud of their achievements when they get there. Well, they're there, and we're looking forward to their performances. But back to that, let's look at the question: do we trust the process? Is this akin to like a local taxi driver being given a McLaren Formula One car to drive? McLaren is not at the front of the grid. It may be fourth or fifth on the grid, but it's a decent car. But if you've not got a qualified F1 driver who knows how to drive, you're going to have problems. I'm concerned at the fanship and at the coaching levels. Coach Jaime Halgrimson, I'm looking forward to him getting his feet under the desk properly, going around the country, making the tough decisions that he's been paid the bucks to make. And I'm weary already that there's a bag of noise around him. Let him make his decision with his coaching staff. You don't seem to have been, I say you, there are certain people still not persuaded by Mr. Chung, who has been speaking and waxing lyrical, saying that the JFF has done an about U-turn. But until we see the proof in the pudding, that's where Reason Boss is. Until we see the proof in the pudding, let's let the process play out. But there's some isms and schisms that it doesn't add. It adds toxicity to the climate. JD, would you agree, sir?
Yes, because look at it. I came here to try and go forward with something, and every single time I try to go forward with something, throw a bone to Cataract, he just come back with something completely different from the older saying. You understand me? And then you listening now, it seems like we are saying the same thing. But we're not saying the same thing from before, no. I am trying to build off what Mr. Speed said and what we should expect to move on to bigger things. But because Mr. Speed, this Cataract another day, he can't see nothing more than war. You understand me? So
I need to catch that program. I was looking in the comment section and it looks like there was some kind of a altercation, shall we say, between Mr. Speed and Mr. Cataract. I missed this. I saw Maquan.
Anytime both of them come on any stream, them throw digs at each other. I don't know what them personally have, but it's not healthy for Jamaica. And it only goes to show you that these men, and that he talks about these tiny men because he goes around, he has problem with them. It's about as well, you know. It's about like he can from time to time, you know, about these tiny men. And he's just 6 foot, you know. I might be bigger than him, you know. All him there talk, you know.
Please use the word correctly. I said midgets.
The midget. Oh my God. He makes it even worse. He said the midgets. Yes, but back to your conversation, Reason Boss. Yes, I would agree that sometimes the conversations are repetitive and distasteful and don't go anywhere, and that's why I've dropped my streams to 2 hours. But for some reason I'm here for 4 hours, so you know what happened? Them not seeing me back tomorrow. You get me? Unless I get 200 likes on this video, or else I'm not coming back. You get me? Yes, because when I'm here talking the facts, I like, for instance, Reason Boss, Zimin is signed, right? And I said, because I know the systems a little bit more, I won't say anything. I won't say anything on this conversation because I couldn't get any accurate information. You have a little clown named Richard Green. Anything me say, him say something else. JD don't have the balls. Simon Preston him attack. I mean, I say, you actually know who you talk to. One of the worst behaving person you talk to, like anything. Anything I want to say to anybody, I can say that. I'm from the gladiator era. So if I was talking Simon, I would have said that. But that's how they are, Reason Boss. They try to create unnecessary narratives. And at the same time, when I say, I'm going to show you people confusing. When I said that I was not going to respond to nothing until I know all the details, I'm just sorry that Jamaica has not improved, because every single time I wanted a detail on something, it seems to not get done. You can't just click on something and get the first information and it's accurate. So I said I'm going to wait, and then I waited. Reason Boss, but when I reported on it first, someone asked me a question. You have people go to other streams and people clip it and send to me and said, a man over there talk about people upset that like me upset that Zimenez actually got bought. When I actually said everything positive, I said, my brothers, we have to be careful. I want to read into the lines because I don't want an next Maggie and our aunts. Obviously, I'm doing coaching, so I'm assessing the talent of the player, and I know that the talent would not be transcending at an instant base. So I knew that it would have been something different. So by my own education, I knew the deal would not have been what everybody's spewing. And on me just never wanted to say that because I never wanted them to think something different, that I'm bringing down the player. So what I did now, I just said that simple to say that, listen to me, I will wait and see. And then right after, I've gotten the information from the Belgian place. They give you every single thing that he signed to here. He signed to the 23s and he's going to be here for the rest of the year. Then they assess him and it's a 2.5-year deal. And based on what you do, then they do develop you. So it's not nothing what you said, because it's nothing what everybody was spewing around. You understand me? So, and I was right, but because I knew the people them so bad that they can't, it's no middle ground, it's 0 or 100, I prefer not to speak. You understand me? And then when I came up and spoke about it, it was accurate. And at this point, for me, I don't think it's the best deal. And even though people can't see it, they're saying, yo, make the youth go on and do him thing. Oh, that's what you're talking about. We're talking about the youth reaching places. And it might not work out good because you're starting from from the B block. It's very hard to get up, and that's what I was running from. I would prefer you go into the USL, but you have ambition and know that you're going to spend a 1.5 year and then move from that, rather than you go into a different country that you have to learn a different level of things, which is going to be difficult by itself, and then you have to go against competition that you may never faced you never faced before in your life. So everything is a massive challenge. So I wanted to say, but they go to a closer culture that you could have worked with. You understand me? That's all I was saying, you know. But I'm just trying to show you that the negative, sometimes it's the fans bring these negatives around. That's what you get from the story right there. The fans bring this negative around, because I honestly just answered to just give an insight on something, because maybe I had something else to come with. But they never waited me to come with it. They're trying to say, oh, you know, like Jamaican players, so you're shaking in the boots now. You know why? Because they never wanted no English player in the team from first. So they are trying to sell the narrative to say that, oh, all of the Jamaican players them can this opportunity them really want, and then them reach that level. So they have a tendency not to want to give nobody no respect. Reason boss. So they believe that it's because the guys are in England. That's why they are getting these opportunities. Just like when Mr. Butler says. That's the only thing I call him out instant as he said it. You know, when we're doing our show talking about Omar Hutchinson, and he comes, I be call them under their England. No, me not see no ball away better than Omar Hutchinson. I'm gonna say that clear, none at all, 0. That is the truth, because I could have cleared the seat from day one. But me never
sometimes the truth hurts, you know. Sometimes the truth hurt, you know, JD. I'm listening. Sometimes it's a wise thing, you know. Wise views and subscribers. Sometimes
I'm not saying no ball away better than the youth. And you can talk about the youth because the youth born in England. No, the youth learn to work hard from early. Something where we hide, we pick them in a Jamaican from do, and then put them on roads where they never ready for go there, and then when them crash and burn, them cannot recover. Because we're not educate the people in the proper way how to be successful. Learn the road and stop trying to cut roads. And then when people give you put you up on the road, you scream what wolf everywhere. That is them problem. You get me? And so at them type of people have some stronger hold on the culture, and they're exploiting the culture. That is what I don't like. Reason boss. And until that changes, football in Jamaica will not change, because you have some devilish people there, and with 8 people naturally. You get me? And that them come back and I try spew into the culture, and them are the problem. Reason boss. So it's not me or Cataract or nobody, because we didn't have that intention. If a youth is good in Jamaica, we want them to damn play for the country, because we want the country to do good, and we can pass down the money into different communities to build more infrastructures and football and make football a thing. That is our own aim. So why is it these guys not seeing that if they pick the better players them and them win something, and they don't want the money? Obviously, they have way higher pays than $2,000 US to fight over. Clearly, they have different standards. So why you don't give the better man them when I want nothing? The job for do, and them have a better and higher succession rate to get the job done than give a bagger man with a fraudulent man we want to come wall up at every level because them in the system and them start check people pocket over here so and answer the problem. And that's why we can't go we can't reach away because we not properly assess nothing. We cannot reach anywhere because we not even properly assess the situation. The man them just selfish. That's why I tell Mr. Speed the other day. Some of them man look at them love man because in Jamaica them love a man them love. Because I keep on hearing them talk about a man. Me no hear them talk about Jamaica at no point. You get me? Because me, your man, literally out here categorically stated that they want $7,000 when Jamaica never good. So Jamaica never good for football. And the next team actually always win everything. Mexico get 6,000. So then who you? Who you? No, who you forget $7,000 and Mexico where the actual good team get 6,000. So then when you did it good. And then you have people that entertain it. And I tell you about the metric, they might get this and that, and I get this and that. No. You have to have principle going forward, and that's the only way we can reach something in our life. So, reason, boss, it's just, I don't know, it's a tough road ahead. It's a tough road ahead, and that's why I'm doing these videos more organized, not in no angry spirit. I come here with love every single time, and I have to just give back the energy every single time. That's what I'm doing, and I hope it changes at least some people, you know? I can't change all of them, but at least some people. Simple as that, you know?
JD, just another one I saw. Jamaican-born.
Well said, JD.
Jamaican-born Jordan Garrick transferred from Swansea to Forest Green Rovers. It's a step down, but still he'll at least probably get good game time. But Jamaican-born winger Jordan Garrick. He has had his transfer.
Yeah. We did 4 hours and 10 minutes now. We are here a long time, guys. So Cataract, thanks very much.
You the like button, people. You understand?
No, man, it's okay, man. It's okay, man. If they don't want like sense, if they don't want like sense, make them like nonsense. Make them stay in them same mad Billa vibes culture. Go on like nonsense. All right, that's all they got to tell them.
But they love war with me. Even when I tell people if you like give video, you want war with me. Bye.
So let me big up Cataract. You're not taking over my show. You're a panelist. Not the owner, all right? Know your place.
I'm an analyst.
All right, Jesus God. We just barely put you on the show and you want to take over the show. What is wrong with you? Why you can't just have?
It's like when you hear the daddy just spit out from Cataract, it like when the sound turn on, it hurt you.
Reason boss, that's happy with you.
Big up, reason boss. JD. What?
Okay, Owen said I should place another ban on Cataract. Yes, I think so because we are on the move to become back our big self in a 20,000 subscribers on the board. You know, as he comes back, it goes down back the drain. So, Reason Boss, add Cataract to that downward trajectory of the category. Once he comes back with him same behavior fighting against Mr. Speed and all sorts of madness. All right? Yes. So, yeah.
I defend myself.
All right, you defended yourself. And this is the last one. So the next one, you're going to come here and reason logically and no argument.
I spoke about football. I've spoken about the
no, but next we can trust you. Can we trust you? Can we trust you to not talk about nothing war with nobody? As
long as there are no shots fired from the midget bed.
All right, so you see, once there's no you know the man in ego big, and you're gonna call the man a midget. You get me? So it's not gonna stop. So people, we're not gonna put Cataract on the show. It can't happen because him nago cannot answer.
Ukraine. I'm under attack by Russia.
Reason, boss. The man cannot answer. The man cannot be a man, you know, and hear something and don't answer, you know. The man said always like a fire back shot. So it now go stop. So we cannot bring back Cataract on the show. So we'll stay to our analytics and do our job, guys. So thank you very much, Reason Boss. Give your final speech. We're not giving Cataract no final speech. He has said enough. All right. So finish your time, Reason Boss. Good day. Glad to have you. All right. Yeah.
Happy New Year to you, JD. Thanks for shooting from the lip and shooting from the hip. Telling it as you see it. I'm hoping and praying.
On the lip.
A reason, boss.
Why?
Reason, boss. You have to pick right words, you know, because
Why?
these people in this land, they speak different languages and their behavior is different. I am telling you, reason, boss. Scrap that conversation and start over back reason, boss, because we might have a ban here again, you know. We never ban using reason, boss, but we have to put him by the cataract ban. Reason, boss, because them got actually what you call it? Censor me. Be careful. You can't tell man ban lips. Don't mention no lips. Reason, boss. Just say something else. All right.
Let us. Oh God. Let us. Let me get my comfort. Let us trust the process. I want to see 2023 with a Gold Cup, with a Nation Leagues campaign, with the under-17s about to go out to try and make the World Cup for the third time of asking. I'm hoping that Jamaica can show their best, the best of themselves. We want to see them trust the process, show a good level of professionalism, transparency, and accountability. And let's see quality off the pitch and on the pitch, with the 12th man being us as the fans, doing what we can to be supportive, encouraging, critically addressing issues, but not building up a bag of toxicity, because it makes Jamaica look as though it's not a bona fide footballing country. When I see the likes of Costa Rica in Qatar, Mexico in Qatar, Canada in Qatar, when I see the likes of Panama knocking on the door, El Salvador, Puerto Rico, these are teams, Suriname, these are going to be teams that are going to be keen on making a mark in the Gold Cup, in that forthcoming, God willing, inshallah, 2026 World Cup in America, Mexico and Canada. Let Jamaica have a good look. Look how they conduct themselves in athletics. They are world-renowned. We are not world-renowned in football, but Jamaica has great potential, great challenges, and great opportunities. We need to give ourselves a cool, calm, and patient ability and chances to actually do the best we can and not build up this toxicity, bugger drama, and confusion that ultimately will not benefit our national, senior, and under 17 type squads who are going out to try and do the best they can. It's not an easy road at the best of times. Let's not make it any harder than it currently is. I'll be watching and waiting. Reason, boss, over and over.
All right.
Best of luck again,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And well said as well. Well said. But from the other day, we can tell you that we have not made any drama none at all. And I've watched the videos, and I think the drama does come from a limited set of people, to be honest. Well said, but it's just a limited, and it's not from me. Maybe Cataract and others, but not so much, you know. I've seen a lot of good videos. I think just one set of drama, one set of people the drama comes from, but I will just leave it there. All right. Yes. It's just once you talk about one set of people, the drama comes. All right. But I think we have done better than last season. We have improved over the year. All right. Yes. But thank you very much, Richborough Sports. Guys, massive respect. Please smash the like button on your way out. Subscribe if you're new. Try get us back on our way to 20,000. But definitely get us to 4,000 first, because that starts fast. All right? Yes, and let me continue. So peace out, guys. See you in the next one. Take care. All right? Bye-bye.